Yo, 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 yo. Mic check, mic check. 1 2 1 2. Can y'all hear me good? Can y'all hear me good? Alright. Let me see. Not hearing my sounds. Y'all, please forgive me. But I've gone through hell just to, figure out what was really going on with this computer. So forgive me. Forgive me, ladies and gentlemen. Desktop audio. None of my sound bites. You guys are hearing it now. Alright, so at least I know you guys are hearing it. I need to find out what's going on with the settings. Why I'm not hearing it. Why am I not hearing it? What's up with that? Yo. Mic check, 2 2. Checking audio. Yo. Good morning. Who is up? Who is out here? So guys, I gotta play. I have to play my short before I start this live stream. Just to let y'all see, like, man, listen. Y'all think I was tripping about this attack on my computer? Oh no. No sir. Ain't no cap in my rap. Tell you that right now. Ain't no cap in my rap. Look at the time. He's 11 of the 20. I can't hear the audio that I'm playing. That's very important. Time and manage broadcast. We're gonna go to one of these, and then we're gonna go to select.
Booyah! They are literally blocking this live stream, bro. I cannot believe this. I should believe this. It's right in
Okay. Alright. This up. Because I don't need to hear myself. Alright, mic check. Okay, good. We're back. Blue, how you doing? There is a loop and a feedback. Don't worry. Nah, are you hearing a loop and a feedback now? There should not be any loop or feedback now. Everything should be good. Let me try. Okay, I just played the audio and I heard it. So we're good. Let me try doing this and see if I can still hear it.
in front of me, but check this out.
Yeah, I can still hear it. Wonderful. Media source. Media source is that's the beat. Let me see if I can hear the beat when I play it. When I play the beat in the background. I can hear the beat. Wonderful. Blessing good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you guys doing? This live stream was supposed to start 24 hours ago, but went through multiple challenges, ladies and gentlemen. But to God be the glory. I figured it out. I even went to the phone, the computer specialist, and he thought he figured it out. But whatever he did, I mean, basically nothing was wrong with the computer. This is my final analysis. Nothing was wrong with the computer. It was a cyber attack. Yeah, it was a cyber attack. The particular video title that I had that they did not want me to do the live stream on, whoever they are, is Pastor Shuttleworth. Apostle Shuttleworth video, they did not want Pastor Shuttleworth video to play. And I'm going to show you on this clip right here, this short. I'm going to copy it and send it in the chat so you can watch it yourself. Look at this.
In real time. It does not. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God. Yo, y'all can't tell me nothing. Look at the time. That was a minute. A minute. All right? Whoa.
All right, so it's going to play over. Okay. It's going to start from the beginning.
All day today. Look at the time. Look at the time, please. 11 of the 20, 8:31 p.m. That's very important. Time and date. Manage broadcast. We're going to go to one of these and then we're going to go to select. Booyah!
You see the one that I went to? It had a different title than Pastor Apostle Shuttleworth. And if you look at the screen, it says, stop streaming. It started to stream. I could go live. See right there, go live. I want you to pay attention. When I click onto Pastor Shuttleworth video, Shuttleworth, Apostle Shuttleworth live stream that I had ready, I want you to pay attention now how this doesn't go blue. It doesn't say stop streaming. It stops right at the message that I've been sharing with y'all. Look at this.
They are literally blocking this live stream, bro.
Look at
I
it.
cannot believe this. I should believe this. It's right in front of me, but check this out in real.
See? Word from Apostle Jeffrey Shuttleworth. So I press create new live stream, right? And then look what happens.
Real time. It does not. Oh my.
That is the message. Starting output failed. Why is it that particular video, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to follow me now. Why is it that particular video live stream that I had set up with that title is having this problem, but all the others don't? Man, listen, I rest my case. The devil is a lie. The devil is a lie. The devil is a lie, ladies and gentlemen. So there you have it, man. There you have it, man. I proved my point. I proved my point. All right, now let's get into this content, man. Erica, how you doing? Blessed morning to you. You may not have seen it. Good. There was a glitch in the blue bar when you tried to play. Oh, you talking about on the video a while ago? There was a glitch. Man, listen. Hey, let's get on. Let's get on. Let's get on. That's all I'm saying. Let me set this up. So, I have a lot of things to talk about. It's going to be a marathon stream. Obviously, I have a lot of catching up to do. There's a lot of stuff going on in Jamaica. A lot of different news. So, without any further ado, let me start it off with this first clip right here. Let me see if this is the one. Let me see if this is the one. Yo, I had everything so well organized yesterday, man. I'm talking about.
I'm gonna move the mind if ever leave right.
Yeah, this is the clip right here. Let's go. Yeah, this is the clip right here. Shout out to Talking My TV, of course. That's the broski. You know what I mean? That's the general, one of the generals. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's your brother Bolo V&R presenting today to you. Nigel Clark, although he has left for the IMF, there's sins that he has committed as the finance minister. There's lies that's being propagated on his behalf, and the people are speaking, and they're speaking out very loudly to debunk many of the lies. And in these next two audios that I'm about to play, yeah, there's a lot of lies being debunked, ladies and gentlemen. So let's get it. Let's get it.
Get for hear the piece of the reason. Interesting, I think I need to hear this. I don't hear this.
And Anatown and Edward Seaga, right? Me, I was one of the person who walked the time Yellow Man usually live over Eventide home, right? Eventide was a home, 160 people burned over there and dead, and that was when them built Tarrington Park over there, and it was an ethnic cleansing by moving the people them from Denham Town, the PNP them from Denham Town, and take them and carry them come to Tarrington Park, and nobody can no. I was there. I mean, I talk about what people tell me about. I was there. Right? I was even offered one of the houses that the UDC put up over there. That is the building where you sit here. I was even offered one of them. You understand? I was even offered one of them. Right beside a place named Hopeful Village. Hopeful Village is the back of where that place is. And listen what I'm saying. The houses are the property of the government of Jamaica. And you can't do structural fixing for your landlord. You can paint up your place and beautify your place and plant flowers and fix up your place. But structural thing like if the step damage or the building a turnover, so is a landlord have to do that. And the landlord is the government of Jamaica. Who disagree with me? Finish. I am not finished. Allow me to finish. Do you know that the same houses, the same construction and the same houses, there's a set of houses in Tivoli Garden that is in the same district here? Who know that? Do you know that there are a set of houses in Denham Town, the high-rise building in Denham, the high-rise building in Denham, at the bottom of and where they call no man's land, that is in the same district repair, that has not been maintained? Who know that? Huh? Who know that? So what? If we are going to blame Mark Golding, we are going to blame Desmond McKenzie then, and we are going to blame Bruce Golding, and we are going to blame this. Mark Golding has never gotten the purse of Jamaica in his hand to spend. He has never, so we don't want to put Mark Golding because he has never get the purse in his hand. And the next thing I'm saying, we can look back and talk about 18 years. Because if you buy a car or a car mart and you keep it for 9 years and you don't service it, you can't blame the car mart man when they mash up. You have to service the house just like the roads. The roads are in.
What the labor right them think them can do, you know, is come and spread propaganda and blame the PNP for everything. In the last 17 years, the Jamaican Party is in power for 13 out of the last 17 years. So why are you blaming the PNP? When you have a government in power, and all he can do is blame the opposition, that government lose the moral authority to govern and should call an election and seek a new mandate or to let the mandate be delivered to another government.
Of course.
Everything them come up and them blame PNP this, PNP that. JLP is the only government in Jamaica that closed hospital.
Listen, man.
1988, 5 hospitals was closed in Jamaica.
And when you see them closing the hospital them now too, the whole of the local health center them in the community, when you see them close them down, are the same strategy from Seaga time, are the same strategy Andrew use now. It's not different. Andrew is just more wickeder and more bad mind.
Those are evidential facts. You understand?
Yeah.
So when you come here, you go blame PNP for crime. Everything. You come up here blame. You want to blame Mark Golding now for the step we tear down for the house around there. So. Oh, Mark Golding coming out. When Mark Golding go get money for go fix the house? When a government responsibility that? Eh? When Mark Golding for go get money for go fix the house? Listen, man. As I said before, and I will say it again, the Jamaica Labour Party, away from the schools where them build in the 60s, when them get independence and then get the independence money for build school. They have not built that in the classroom in Jamaica. All of the schools built in Jamaica is by Michael Manley and PJ Patterson. And those facts are there for everybody. Everybody come up and big up Nigel Clark. The worst thing that ever happened to Jamaica is Nigel Clark. We can tell you that Nigel Clark get the economy of Jamaica well debt to GDP at 115%. Yes, it is down to 72% now. But him also get it the inflation rate at 2.35. And starting put out the figure yesterday as 4.9. The economy has not grown over 2% in the last 9 years.
Listen me.
Yet still, man come from platform and talk about no new taxes. So if the economy don't grow, there is no investment.
Listen.
Where you get the money from?
Where you get the money from?
To finance the government. You have a budget.
This man's point, what I want to do is I have a poll in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Do you think that Nigel Clark build or breed the economy? And me I go make sure so I cast my vote. No, me I go be first for vote. Zane, so I don't know where me stand with it. I want to hear from you guys. And I want you to think about the question. And I want you to listen to what this gentleman is saying. And the numbers and the facts that he's dropping. You understand? You can talk, you know, you heard what Mark Golden called Nigel Clark a skillful propagandist. So all they're doing is coming on here every day for the last few months while he was still here. And then give him this big hoorah. Oh, the best thing. No. Let's really talk about it. Let's go.
Of 1.3 trillion last year. Where you get those money from?
Actually,
if you don't have no new taxes, the economy is not growing.
Where you get the money from? No new
so
taxes.
Where you get the money from? So when you come and talk nonsense, you must come and bring the facts. What Nigel Clark has done is to put more goods on GCT, expand the amount of goods on GCT, and move the inflation rate from 2.35 to between 4 and 6. Anytime inflation rate go up, the price of goods and services go up, and that benefit the coffers of the government. That is where them get money to spend. Because if you don't put tax on it and the economy is not growing, where you get the money from? That is the critical question Mario and all who attack Jamaican Labour Party politics must answer. You understand? You have to implement a thing they call critical thinking when you are making analysis of the situation and the economy as it is in Jamaica now. Right now, the government promised the people them 20,000 as a tax rebate. When get that the money there from? Him sell the head tax for 12 years and collect the money there at a discounted rate in order to provide the 11.5 billion for the 20,000. Because that money is not in the consolidation fund. The budget have a shortfall of 45 billion. The last budget. The money for the Spark program for patch the road. There is no money at the head tax they sell and get that little money. Because the government is broke right now. There is no money.
Broke like bucker.
And they are ashamed because they can't raise tax. Because them keep saying to the people of Jamaica, no new tax. Because the economy is growing and the economy is booming. If the economy was growing and booming, why you sell the head tax at Norman Man International Airport? You should have money in the consolidated fund to fund.
Embarrassing. He needs some milk.
That. If the economy was growing and booming, why you sell the head tax at Norman Man International Airport? You should have money in the consolidated fund to fund that. You understand? So come put your evidence on the table. Tell us where you get the money if you don't raise tax. And tell us how much percent the country grew between 2016 and now. And tell us the inflation rate when you get it 2016 and what it is now. The poverty rate at 2016 was 12%. It is 20% now. You understand? So those are the facts. And that is one of the reasons why the People's National Party is ahead of this government in the poll. Because what they are saying, they cannot substantiate it with facts. And VJ, you can find out all that I have said now. And it's common sense. Come in way is a wise man, you know. Common tell you say, if the economy no grow, implement no new tax. The one question where you go ask, where you get the money from to finance the government.
So, if I so be the case, then
you may get the money from Nigel. You may get the money from Andrew. This Spark program we're not talking about. You get the money from. Why not borrow from money where we not spend yet? You're borrowing from our future. And any sensible person know this. If you are borrowing money from our future money, which you have to pay back with some interest, what you're doing is putting our future forever in debt. So what is this growing of the economy when you don't have nothing producing? We don't produce nothing. We import a lot of things. And it has exacerbated that situation, has exacerbated to the point where we don't have any, they're not investing in farming enough. So the food is so expensive because a lot of it is coming from overseas. And the clearance fees and everything, all the taxes. And just like the man said, no new taxes, but the taxes on the items that you buy in the supermarket. So that's the new taxes. The taxes are going up on the things that you buy. And they boast about giving us $15,000 for doubling the minimum wage. Then if all those taxes are going up on items on a regular basis, even to the own Prime Minister's admission. He said it in Portland the other day. I hear you. I hear when you say when they go to the supermarket, how much this costs and how much that costs. They know. But they come out here and they lie to us, ladies and gentlemen. You understand? Let me see if there's any more from these gentlemen on this clip right here.
Yeah, that means say a drug smuggling them are though. All of the drugs that come at Ian Fleming's airport and we are come in Jamaica. A drugs them as sell.
The views and opinions of
the
views and opinions of Talk Your Mind TV is not necessarily that of Bolo V&R, okay? Let me put that disclaimer out right now.
Tell my viewers and subscribers. Like share some high reason we don't know.
Alright, so I guess they will finish on that reason. Then let's go to the next clip, ladies and gentlemen. I thought I was done now. Just come. Alright, just come in. Here we go. This is shout out to Will Rattigan. Very interesting.
Energies to advance in their interests. So the intention is to hit the ground running and to address the concerns, the needs and aspirations of the people of St. Andrew Northwestern.
There's been speculation that you could end up in the finance ministry as a minister.
You're correct to label that as speculation. Right now, today, is about the people of St. Andrew Northwestern, the people, and I don't want to start naming the communities, but the people of Big Yard and Antigua, of Havendale and Meadowbrook, the people of Kirkland and Leeds Flat, Queensborough and Queensberry, of Jacksontown and Sherlock. It's their time, it's their day today, not time for speculation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Clark. And of course, this has been the mood of Jamaica Labour Party supporters from very early on. In fact, there was tension in at least one polling station right here in northwestern St. Andrew. From very early in the day, there were reports of gunfire close to the Marvelly Primary and Junior High School in St. Andrew Northwestern. We were told that the police saw a wanted man in the area and gave chase. Shots were fired. It's not clear who fired the shots. The police maintained that the incident had nothing to do with the election. Shortly after that incident, however, there was tension just outside the primary school. The police and military spent much of the morning trying to prevent a clash between supporters of the Jamaica Labour Party and the People's National Party. The police, in trying to maintain order, blocked a section of the road close to the polling station. That created problems.
I hear the PNP accused that some of their workers were blocked. I just was told that about significant number of our voters turned back because they were blocked off as well. There was a level of blockage on both sides by the police to try and restore order in the centre.
PNP President Dr. Peter Phillips says when he arrived, he noticed the tension in the area.
We have urged our people to stay within the precincts of their own location here that has been permitted by the security forces and not to become engaged in any dispute or intense, contentious dialogue with anyone.
In the meantime, supporters of the Jamaica Labour Party continue to insist that Dr. Nigel Clark is the man for the job.
He's a man of etiquette and he's a man of love and he's a person who has been working with the government to make Jamaica a better place.
Well, nobody can say nothing not going on in Constituency for 29 years. An MP cannot be winning so long for 29 years and nothing not going on. Something must be going on.
Keisha Hale is the candidate representing the People's National Party. Her supporters think it's time for a change in the constituency.
All the persons I've seen in this constituency is a total of what the JLP truly represents: underdevelopment, degradation, right? Non-performance. This lady comes, she not promise nobody not get a package, nobody not get nothing, we just work with her. That doesn't really what she come with, and it we work with.
Low voter turnout was also a talking point today. Dr. Nigel Clark says there are different things that could affect voter turnout.
In the general election in 2016, the turnout was 40%, and to some extent that represents an upper limit. By-election on a Monday, people have to take kids to school, have to go to work. It's not surprising, not unexpected.
The former Member of Parliament, Derek Smith, led the constituency for 29 years, so we asked Keisha Hale about her chances in this election.
If the people give me the mandate, I will serve. If they don't give me the mandate, I will serve, because service is what I do.
See there? See there? See there? See there? You know, you listen carefully to what Minister Clark, then Minister, well, actually, was candidate Clark, said that he will attend to the needs and the aspirations of his people in his constituency. I want to see how him do it. Let me start by saying I promised to do a segment on Dr. Clark. Call him Doctor because he's no longer minister. Promised to do a segment on him for a long time, but my intent was overtaken by other pressing stories. He's now here with us in the United States, and we anticipate meeting with him very, very soon. Now, some of you may question the wisdom of spending valuable time on Dr. Clark since he's resigned from his ministerial position and is now in the United States. My answer is this: Dr. Clark has left Jamaica, but his legacy, his austere policies, meaning the tightening of the belt, the removal of services for poor people, they did not leave with him. They are still in place and severely affecting Jamaicans, particularly the poor and the disenfranchised.
That is it.
Additionally, the Prime Minister has vowed to continue with these policies, and Minister Favour Williams, Dr. Clark's successor.
So what Rattigan just said, ladies and gentlemen, is extremely key now. Yeah, Nigel Clark has moved away from his post. Yes, there's a new finance minister that the Prime Minister is working closely with, but all his policies are still in play, and the Prime Minister doesn't have any intention of changing those policies. He has all intention of continuing them. So basically, Nigel Clark is still the one running the economy because he already set the policies in place already. And that is very, very important, ladies and gentlemen, for us to bear in mind. So I want you to bear in mind when you're answering the poll. There's a poll going. Only 4 people voted. We have 20 plus people watching. Go ahead and participate in the poll. Do you believe that Nigel Clark built or broke this economy? Let's continue.
We'll comply with these directives. There's a process called budget call. I'm not sure how many of you know about it. And it's a submission of expenditures for the next fiscal year. And that's where people, the ministers, they submit, their request. And then it goes into the mix over at the Ministry of Finance and Public Service. That process is getting ready to start because, if you recall, the new fiscal year starts when? April 1st of every year. So that thing that they call budget call is going on, or it should be starting pretty soon. So the new minister, Minister Favour Williams, she won't have any time to address the policies left in place by Dr. Clark, even if she wanted to. Not enough time between now and April 1st to dig up them policies and fling them away and give poor people a chance. It's not going to happen. Now, unfortunately, many Jamaicans are undereducated or uneducated when it comes to national financial policies. And guess what? It was intended to be that way. Oh, no.
Fact. Let me play that again for the people in the back.
Now, unfortunately, many Jamaicans are undereducated or uneducated when it comes to national financial policies. And guess what? It was intended to be that way. Only nothing know. We need to keep on in the dark and we can spend half on the money and do what we want to do. The government cannot allow you to understand what is going on with the country's finances, because if you knew the apathy, the donkey attitude we're seeing now would not exist. If you knew about how money is raised, how money is spent, how money is allocated, and you ask for accountability, it would be a big problem. So that's why the whole process is supposed to be shrouded. Only not supposed to know. So what do? They confuse you with words and phrases that you don't understand, but them sound good. And then you're convinced, because of the beautiful words like a string of pearls, you are convinced that everything that's done by the government is done in your best interest. But as the saying goes, the devil is in the details. Now, it will take several programs for me to do justice to Dr. Clark, the man, the minister, and his motivations. So we are going to devote a segment every week for the next several weeks. I don't know how long it's going to take, until we have completely exhausted the significant aspects of his being and the long-lasting effect of the policies he created and spearheaded. We will examine his academic, his business, and his political life, so that you, our audience, our brothers and sisters, our family, can get a fair understanding of this man's thought process and his motivation that resulted in policies that are sharply focused on numbers, payments, profits, investors, financial institutions, local and international, and their shareholders. Not you. His policies are not focused on you. Not you, the ordinary, the majority, the poor Jamaicans. No.
All right. So before I continue, I didn't do the poll very well, so I realized that I need to edit the poll properly. Did Nigel Clark build, maintain, or destroy the Jamaican economy? There's three options. He built it, yes. No, he maintained it, or he absolutely destroyed it. Again, wanna know my vote already? Absolutely destroyed. That's my vote. You guys enjoy. All 28 of you. Nobody can tell who voted what. So me just telling them my vote. I want everybody that comes in to vote on this poll. Alright, and my moderators, please encourage the people to continue to like and share the video and also participate in the poll. Alright, let me just roll this back a little bit, because what Mr. Rattigan is saying here is super key. You know, and it's worth hearing again.
Oh, you, the Clark, the man, the minister, and his motivations. So we are going to devote a segment every week for the next several weeks. I don't know how long it's going to take, until we have completely exhausted the significant aspects of his being and the long-lasting effect of the policies he created and spearheaded. We will examine his academic, his business, and his political life, so that you, our audience, our brothers and sisters, our family, can get a fair understanding of this man's thought process and his motivation that resulted in policies that are sharply focused on numbers, payments, profits, investors, financial institutions, local and international, and their shareholders. Not you. His policies are not focused on you. Not you, the ordinary, the majority, the poor Jamaicans. No way. Not you. We're going to show you his background. And then you get insight as to how his mind works. And that it's focused on, again, numbers, payments, profits, investors, financial institutions, shareholders, not poor people. Now make we start. Now, Dr. Clark was born on October 20th, 1971, and was fortunate to be raised in a upper middle class family. His father, Nigel Clark, was a respected judge, and his mother, Mary Clark, was the head of the Planning Institute of Jamaica. Big organization. That's the organization when money and aid and technical assistance, loans, grants, all them comes through PIOJ. Now, one of his uncles, Claude Clark, is a former, get this, no one don't know this, is a former Minister of Industry under the PNP administration. I've been told by people close to Dr. Clark that he's from PNP stock. Right? Now, another uncle, Keith Clark, was an accountant who was killed by the authorities in his home. And that matter was resolved this week. I think 3 JDF members were put on trial for his murder, and they were acquitted just this week. As I said, it has been said that Dr. Clark came from PNP stock, and some have wondered about his political choice later on in life because he did not display partisanship or an affinity for representational politics. We don't want to fry Dr. Clark in the fat of the company he kept, even though they were not shy in displaying their political affiliation. The people he hung out with, them wear them politics on them sleeve, but we're not gonna fry Dr. Clark because of that. You know what I'm saying? Show me your company and I'll tell you who you are. We're gonna be a little bit more reserved and less judgmental about that, and we're gonna talk about him. Some have stated that Dr. Clark, as far as representational politics is concerned, was a fish out of water. He was comfortable at home with titans of industry and commerce, people in the financial industry, and politics.
I don't mean to be funny, but I really
in a private setting.
I really do mean to be funny, but this emphasization right here, if that's a word.
Well, because of that. You know what I'm saying? Show me your company and I'll tell you who you are. We're going to be a little bit more reserved and less judgmental about that. And we're going to talk about him. Some have stated that Dr. Clark, as far as representational politics is concerned, was a fish out of water.
All lies will be exposed. That's all. And anyone who takes that the wrong way, know why they take it the wrong way.
Something not right, my wisdom warriors. Something is not right. Tell about them.
Embarrassing.
He needs some milk.
A fish out of water? I don't know if you guys have heard the very famous audio of Mr. Clark and this openly gay gentleman that has a radio station. And Mr. Clark was buckling and babbling. He made some claim that he was involved in some of those Jamaican diddy parties of a certain individual, and Mr. Clark never confirmed or denied that these things were true. It just came to when he said a fish out of water. I said, wow, that's ironic. But you know, I digress.
No.
It's true. Them weird and politics on them sleep, but we're not gonna fry Dr. Clark because of that. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna be a little bit more reserved and less judgmental about that, and we're gonna talk about him. Some have stated that Dr. Clark, as far as representational politics is concerned, was a fish out of water. He was comfortable at home with titans of industry and commerce, people in the financial industry, and politicians in a private setting. In contrast, and you saw from the video, he was cold and did not seem to have a connection to the people he was elected to serve. And you've seen, I'm sure you've seen the interviews with this man. You've seen the press conferences. Right? Him up yourself and everybody that below him. I want to say below him, I mean below yourself, I mean below him, in foot them. Right? And that's just his nature. He never put down. That's just his nature. Indoctrination. So you kind of forget where you come from. Now, I was recently told, last week as a matter of fact, that Dr. Clark held politics in disdain, even up to his resignation. In some, it appeared that Dr. Clark was not a political animal. And I believe for him, his stay in politics was unenjoyable, stressful, and largely unsuccessful for the common Jamaican. Let me repeat, his stay in politics, I believe, and I believe that he believes it, it was unenjoyable, stressful, and largely unsuccessful for the common Jamaican. Now for the people...
Guys, please hit the like button and share the live with 25 people, alright? Yeah man, we know I have some little group and them something up on the WhatsApp. Yeah man, just dash it in there man. Yeah, I'm telling you, this is gonna be a marathon. I got a lot of good information, a lot of good things to share with y'all today. Let's go.
Them certain people, titans of industry, commerce, business people, politicians, they were fine with him. In fact, they enjoyed a certain level of success with him being there with the policies. You know, if you own a racehorse, if you're in the racehorse business, you find with Dr. Clark because of Dr. Clark. So Dr. Clark said, no taxes for horses are coming to Jamaica. And remember that. He eliminate the tax. Things of that nature. So if you have money in Jamaica, you love Dr. Clark. But guess what? Most of in Jamaica now no money. At least not them kind of money there. We are import horses for go run race. No. Most of we when if we involve in the sport of kings as them call it, guess what? We buy a bet. We not buy a horse. We buy a bet. We don't own a horse. Alright?
Right.
So his history, when written by the poor and the downtrodden of Jamaica, will be very, very unkind. It's not go pretty when poor people write Dr. Clark's history. Now, Dr. Clark attended St. Richard's Primary on Reddios Road, which is just down the road from where I went to school, Meadowbrook. And after
the school I went to?
St. Richard's. You go St. Richard's? Yeah, good school.
Before going to George's, I was at St. Richard's.
Yeah, St. Richard's is a good school, man. I know quite a few people. Bobby, my brethren, you know, listen to me right now. And I think Donna, listen. Several people went to Meadowbrook. They passed through St. Richard's. Good school. Yeah, I don't know went against my school still, Balmaji Primary from Waterhouse. We never had the facilities and I will put things on St. Richard's, but you know, we are going with that thing still. No, after St. Richard's, he went to Monroe College in St. Elizabeth, a boarding school. And people would say, why did he go? That's because his father remember I said his father was a judge, his father got transferred to that part of the island. So he went over there. And he was a student who showed a lot of promise. A lot of promise with numbers and things like that. I read somewhere that I think when he was in third form, he started up this little club like where he would collect money and he was very prudent about how money was spent. So some of his friends would come and they would have spent half the money with them get for a week or for the month, they would have spent it off in a short period of time. And he was the man who kind of said, no, we could pool the resources. I would just do it in such a way so that the money can last for an extended period. He was very resourceful and people looked up to him. He got a scholarship, the Jamaican Independence Scholarship, to attend UA. And he excelled at UA and graduated in 1992 with first-class honors in mathematics and computer science. Bright boy. Additionally, he received an award for obtaining the highest marks in the Faculty of Natural Sciences across all campuses in UA of the university, Trinidad, Barbados, Jamaica, wherever. And he graduated in 1994 from Oxford University with a master's in applied statistics. Subsequently, he received the Rhodes Scholarship and earned a PhD in numerical analysis in 1997. So, undoubtedly, Percy and Kevin and the crew, Dr. Clark is an accomplished student and he has been hailed by his colleagues and associates as being brilliant. However, Dr. Clark knows this. Working for the IMF will reveal to him, he just start, but him know in one of the segments we will show him interaction with the IMF, Him interaction with the IMF, not just start now, at years. But we might realize, no, that him in the middle now. He might realize his brilliance, when we are a big up in Jamaica, that his brilliance is considered normal in the IMF environment. Because he'll be surrounded by people who have accomplished much more academically and professionally than he. But we'll get to that in another segment. We'll talk about IMF piece. But we'll start up now, we'll build the thing and show where him come from. Right? Because a lot of you know where him come from. And if you know where him come from, you will understand why him think the way him think. No, professionally, after I'm graduated, in 1997, I think I said, yeah, then him go work for where? Or for who? Him work for Goldman Sachs. No fun to hear that name there before. A financial house. He started out working as a derivative trader. And let me explain derivatives. It's a very complex area. But essentially what it is, as far as I'm concerned, this is just Rattigan speaking tone now. As far as I'm concerned, that particular area is legal gambling. That's what I call it. Yeah, hedge your bets. I'll give you an example of some of the things that he would be involved in. Let's say, and they give this example in several places. Let's say you have a company you want to buy, you're going to need oil December. And let's say now it's like March. What you can do is you can contact the supplier and you can execute a contract, because that's what a derivative basically, it's a contract between people about some underlying asset. And you say, listen, make us say oil or sell now for, just for the sake of the conversation, $10 a barrel, right? you suspect that it's going to go up between February and March, February to March to December, but you need the oil in December. So you go to the oil company and say, listen, I need to buy oil and I need a large quantity, but I want to pay $10 a barrel. And the company say, okay, and them lock you in. So you're going to pay $10. So guess what now? If oil go up to $50 a barrel, guess what? You are getting oil. If you go up to $50 by December, you're getting oil for $10 in December. If oil drop to $2 a barrel, you're still going to get it for $10. So you're losing $8, right? Or if you go up to $50, you're getting $40. So to me, I bet you gamble. But a big boys think that big people do them things. People with money do them things. And you can do it for just about anything you can think of. In fact, I saw something here.
I hope you guys are listening to the finance lingo. What he just explained, I think it should be clear to everybody. Edge betting, very clear. All right.
Here, what them say, people use it to even determine whether it's just managing your risk. Oh, here it is. Them say derivatives. People use derivatives based on weather data, such as the amount of rain or the number of sunny days in a region. You can't use it for anything. But what you're actually doing, you're managing your risk. That's what you're doing. You're hedging your bet, managing your risk. And this is what Dr. Clark did for a couple of years at Goldman Sachs. And some people have referred to Goldman Sachs alongside the IMF and the World Bank as antithetical to the development of poor countries because of their draconian investment and lending practices. So them come in and them lend your money, and them lend your money at some terms where them know you can't fulfill them. But then you so stupid that you agree to it. Because in a lot of instances, you're not in a position of strength and you need the money, so you would take it at whatever cost. But sometimes you can act like you don't need it. Look for alternatives. But you see, if you're involved in a corruption or you just want that money, you don't care where that come from. You sell out your people and take our money. Not saying Dr. Clark did that. I'm just talking about IMF and how they operate. Some of these financial houses and international lending institutions, how they operate globally, right? No, Dr. Clark was there.
No, he's not saying that Dr. Clark does it because he cannot. It would not be wise to do so. But I want you guys to read between the lines, because what he's explaining is key. This is how they destroy economies. These World Banks and these IMF give you these unfavorable proposals to borrow money that does not benefit the actual people of the country, and what it does is keep the country from growing. As a matter of fact, in many cases, the country digress, and the people of the country, or the future of the country, have to pay for those debts that have been built up over time. You understand? So please guys, I hope you guys are paying attention and listening and taking notes. All right, let's continue.
For about 2 years, and he returned to Jamaica in 1999, and he come now with what? A whole heap of information. Him come with him PhD, and him come with him experience as a derivatives. I remember now, as a derivatives trader, all you care about is the bottom line. You don't care about people who are suffer to make the payment. You just care about your client making money. That's it. So he came to Jamaica and returned to Jamaica in 1999. He became a pivotal member of the private sector, and him start to shine like it a goat.
No, I have to stop it again, because what he said right there is key. The mentality of the person that, the expertise in which Nigel Clark built his career off is that he only cares about his client making money. So now you have to ask yourself, while Nigel Clark was the finance minister, who was he working for? Was he working for the corporate entities? Were those the ones that benefited the most? And all you have to do is follow the money, All you have to do is follow the money to answer that question. Or was it the people of Jamaica? Did the people of Jamaica have to suffer somewhat for them to, quote unquote, grow the economy and build it like they said? Is the people of Jamaica, the regular folk, had to suffer, right? What about the big boys? Did the big boys make a lot more money that they could ever imagine? Follow the money. But let's, because remember where I'm come from, you know. Nigel Clark cannot understand the plight of the regular Jamaican because he comes from wealth, he comes from high society, so to speak. You understand? The people will look down on other people, the regular folk, you know? And I really believe this is making a lot of sense. His decision to leave Jamaica after getting a 200 to 300% increase on his pay that he, you know, sanctioned along with the Prime Minister. After doing all of that, you leave the country to go work with the IMF. It's a status thing. Oh, Jamaica is just a little bit too low for Nigel Clark standards, you know? He doesn't want, and this is my opinion, he doesn't want to stick around with us little people. We are beneath him. That's the type of energy. That's why I called him out, him and Andrew Holness, when I heard he was going to the IMF. I said he's a house slave. So with that mentality that he has to make sure that his client is making money. Again, who is his client? I know that he's working with the IMF. For us to strike deals with the IMF through Nigel Clark, you think Nigel Clark is going to give Jamaica a favorable deal? Or do you think that he's going to make sure that the company that he's working for, the IMF, is the one that gets the best deal out of it? I want you guys to think, you know. I want you guys to really think about these things. Let's continue.
That's style. Him start shine like brilliant sunshine, man. He was involved in major transactions and he secured significant financing for Jamaican businesses from major financial institutions. So all of the big boys, him get money for them from overseas. Because remember where I come from, you know, Goldman Sachs. Right? So him know the game player. And everybody want him in them circle. Everybody want him in them circle. So he was involved with several companies, including, but not limited to, Mosan Group. And by the way, Mosan Group is one of the groups that finance Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith's failed bid to become Secretary General of the Commonwealth. And we know this as a fact because the American government released that information to me. Right? Mosan Group was part of the group that paid Fin Partners.
What?
To do some things for her.
Kamina Johnson-Smith?
Doctor.
You're talking about, wait a minute, I gotta play that back. What? Hold up, I didn't hear this. Something ain't right, ladies and gentlemen. Whoa.
No, well,
what did he say?
And everybody want him in them circle. Everybody want him in them circle. So he was involved with several companies, including, but not limited to, Mosan Group. And by the way, Mosan Group is one of the groups that finance Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith's failed bid to become Secretary General of the Commonwealth. And we know this as a fact because the American government released that information to me. Right? Mosan Group was part of the group that paid Fin Partners to do some things for her. Dr. Clark was also involved with the NCB Financial Group, Red Stripe, Jamaica Broilers, Separate, Epley Limited, the PBS Group, many more businesses. So as you can see, Dr. Clark ran in influential circles before coming to government. He did not need to enter politics, and it is believed that he was coerced into it by some of his influential friends whom he served. In 2013, the then leader of the opposition appointed 2 members of his party to the upper house of Parliament, the Senate. That was the current Prime Minister. He appointed Ruel Reid and who? Dr. Nigel Clark to the Senate. This was in 2013. And as you may recall, brothers and sisters, family, that those 2 men were unceremoniously removed in 2015. So they got there in 2013 and they were removed. Why were they removed? Because if you remember, the current Prime Minister, then leader of the opposition, he had provided Senator Williams and Senator the gentleman here who's in charge of health, Tufton. He gave them unsigned and undated letters. If you remember that, and then them sue because him get rid of them and bring on Ruel Reid and Dr. Clark and them sue and guess who made the ruling? Guess who made the ruling when them go court? What did I never guess? the man who is now chairman of the Integrity Commission, Justice Pantan, the big boss over there, and he made a ruling and said, no man, the two of them, Dr. Clark and Railway don't have to go away, don't have to come out of the place, and them two money have to be reinstated. And he made the decision. So honestly say, you know, kin teeth, but you know, you need to do that more often still. So them get rid of 2015 now, Dr. Clark gone.
But this web run deep, man. This web run deep. Yo. Big up Will Rattigan. Backside.
So and guess who made the ruling? Guess who made the ruling? When they go court and let them drive them. And as you may recall, brothers and sisters, family, that those two men were unceremoniously removed in 2015. So they got there in 2013 and they removed. Why were they removed? Because if you remember, the current prime minister, then up the opposition, he had provided Senator Williams and Senator the gentleman here who's in charge of health, Tufton. He gave them unsigned and undated letters. If you remember that, and then them sue because him get rid of them and bring on Joel Reid and Dr. Clark and them sue and guess who made the ruling? Guess who made the ruling when them go court? What did I never guess? The man who is now chairman of the Integrity Commission, Justice Pantan, the big boss over there. And he made the ruling and said, no man, the two of them, Dr. Clark and Joel Reid don't have to go away, don't have to come out of the place and them two money have to be reinstated. And he made the decision. So
big up Mr. Pantan. Big him up. Real general. Hey.
He said, you know, kin teeth, but you know, you need to do that more often still. So them get rid of 2015 now, Dr. Clark gone. Right? Now when MP Holness and his party came to power in 2016, guess who resurfaced? Dr. Clark, of course. He was appointed by the Prime Minister to serve as Jamaica's ambassador at large for economic affairs within the office of the Prime Minister. How many of you remember this farce, this bogus idea called the Economic Growth Council? How much of you remember that? It was established in April of 2016 with the much ballyhooed, only for fanfare. Them say 5 in 4. 5% Jamaica got the GDP, 5% in growth in 4 years. That group was led by who? Mr. Michael Leachen. And who was the deputy? Dr. Clark. Right? Now somebody declare what we are going to just go through this thing. We're going to spend a lot of time on Dr. Clark for the next several weeks, right? So you have Mr. Michael Leachen around this thing. The Prime Minister appoint all of them people and then that are going. Now that council, the Economic Growth Council, was a monumental failure. What do you know what that means? My people them down in St. Elizabeth and St. Anne, big failure. Not big success, big failure. Monumental failure. Here's why. The first year, 2016, the Jamaica grew the economy. Remember no? Them said by the time we get to 4 years, you got a 5% growth. Right? 5% growth. In 4 years, you'll get it. First year, what was the growth? 1.37%.
Damn.
1.37%.
Wow.
Second year, 2017.
We need some milk.
0.99%.
Damn.
I could give them a little credit. Actually, it was 0.997. I could say 1. I could give them 1. Right? Go ahead, Kevin.
I'm doing the math as you.
Let me play that back.
That is funny, honey.
Nigel, what's going on?
That's funny. Oh my God, that is funny.
First year, what was the growth? 1.
Them promised 5 point something percent in a 4 year. First year growth at 1 point something. Second year, our
1.37%. 1.37%. Second year, 2017. What was the growth? 0.99%. I could give them a little credit. Actually, it was 0.997. I could say 1. I could give them 1. Right? Go ahead, Kevin.
I'm doing the math as you go along. So 2.73. I should write it down as you go along.
In 2016, it was 1.37.
Oh, 1.73. 1.37.
1.37. Yeah, so that was it. So the second year now, remember now, we are trying to get to 1 year it have to be 5%. Now I forget the 5%. The second year it was 0.997%.
But we call that one. We call that one.
Give them one. Give them one. Give them one. Hey, you know what? Give them two. Give them two. The third year, 2018, you know what it was? 1.89%. Give them two now.
Yeah, that's the two.
All right.
All right.
The fourth year, remember now, 5% in 4 years. So now we reach the 4 year mark. You know how much the economy grew? 0.89%.
1 more percent.
One. So where's the 5?
Yo, that is an epic failure.
Embarrassing.
We need some milk. The economy didn't even grow 1% when they promised 5. Come on, man. Come on, man. That's wild, bro. I can't believe that. You must be
the
lying.
Fourth year. Remember now, 5% in 4 years. So now we reach the 4 year mark. You know how much the economy grew? 0.89%.
1 more percent.
One. So where's the 5 and 4? And we won't talk about 2020 because COVID coming in and it wreck everybody.
No, wait. Let's do the math and say 5 in 4 years. So 1.37 plus 1 is 2.37. Plus 2.
No, but
it's 4.37. Plus 1 is 5.37. The man
good. But I'm not so you add it up. It's supposed to. It's like you said in 2017, for example, it was 1%. It's supposed to show 5%. It's not an accumulation over the years. And so them do it. Because if it would have been over 100%. That if you start out from way back then and come all the way up to now. No, it's like they must say by the time you get the fourth year. The fourth year is supposed to be 5.
That brother there is being sarcastic. All right, guys. Him know exactly what I do.
The fourth year it was 0.89%. And the fifth year, we won't talk about the fifth year because it was minus, and that's COVID. So we're not going to blame them for that. But it was minus 9.92. In 2021, which would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The sixth year, it rebounded. And then it was 4.6%.
So the numbers I know.
So the big year after them now, 2022, you know what the economy grew? 5.22%.
Man, do the work.
May grow 5.22%.
Man, do the work.
Right. It wasn't 4 and 5 or 5 and 4. It was 5 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It was 5 and 7, not 5 and 4. Then guess what? 2023.
Minus 3 differential.
No, but guess what? No, 2023. Guess what? No, remember it was 2022. It was 5.2. 2023, 2.2. It fell down 3%.
What happened?
How is the economy fluctuating like that?
2023, them a brag and say, hey, we recover and we're better than everybody else in the Caribbean.
Yeah, how Nigel Clark. How is that a genius? How you move from 5% in the growth of the economy and you drop 3 scores down, more than 3% down? That's a big drop, from 1 year to the next. What happened? Miss Torian, how are you? That's very interesting. Nigel, I hear them say that the golden boy, but me don't understand how your economy I run them with them in general. That kind of strange. I can hear what Will Rattigan said. He's gonna be on
5.2.
He's gonna be on Nigel Clark's case for the next few weeks. So on the tune into Will Rattigan if you don't want to see the details about Nigel Clark, the real truth, and not this bag of goods that they must sell with. But him do all of these great things. Cap.
No, but guess what? No, 2023. Guess what? No, remember it was 2022. It was.
Now bear with me, guys, because trust me, this has come out far away. Yesterday I couldn't go live. No.
5.2. 2023, 2.2. It fell down 3%.
What happened 2022 to 23?
2023, them a brag and say, hey, we recover and we're better than everybody else in the Caribbean, and we're better than only in America, and only in this, and only in that, and all kind of foolishness. And see where it's No, here's what happened now. Dr. Clark is
the pride always come before the folly. Sad.
Numbers man, who has been incredibly successful. So this failed economic scheme, this 5 and 4, must have been frightening and depressing at the same time for him, because him apartheid, him at the deputy, Mr. Michael Leach and the sheriff. When last year about economic growth council, when last year about them, a monumental failure. Now, in January 2017, so that was 2016. In 2017, while he was ambassador at large for economic affairs within the OPM, right? This same Mr. Michael Leach led a delegation to Israel. We'll talk about that now. January 2017. And that trip, you know who went on that trip? The National Security Advisor. Who was the National Security Advisor? Anthony Anderson. General Anthony Anderson, who later became police commissioner. He was on it. National Security Advisor. Who else was on it? Our good friend Dr. Clark, as the ambassador at large for economic affairs. So we have somebody going to talk about national security, somebody going to talk about economy. Also on it, we have a man by the name of Mr. Albin Hill, who I believe is a senator now. Now, I lived in Saudi Arabia between 1999 and 2003. And for most of that period, I was in charge of the entire region, from Kuwait down to Yemen. Travel like Itagota style, meet all kinds of people. Now, this Senator Albin Hill lived in Oman, which is within my territorial responsibility. He lived there for at least part of the time that I was in charge of the region. And I've been to Oman several times. And on one occasion, I came to know Mr. Hill. Although
forgive me, lady. Well, I don't have any control over it.
So we have never met.
What?
No, follow me. I came to know Mr. Hill.
Wait. Go back. What you say?
Although we have never met.
What?
And on one occasion, I came to know Mr. Hill. Although we have never met. No, follow me. I came to know Mr. Hill, although we have never met. Enough said about that. No, in 2017, this group.
Yo, I forgot to say this. I'm on a farmer FBI. Yo, what is going on right now? What is going on right now, people?
Yeah, let me just mention. Them travel to Israel to meet with who? Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. Benjamin Netanyahu, right? To discuss what? Security, agriculture, water resource management, and diaspora bonds. Now, on this trip, guess what, my people? There was no career diplomat on this trip. How are you going to meet a foreign leader and you have no career diplomat with you from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, including the minister who was and still is the Honorable Kamina Johnson-Smith? She was not on the trip. How do you do that? How do you let a businessman dictate your schedule with foreign affairs? How? Now, when them reach Israel, remember when them go to talk about security, agriculture, water resource management, and diaspora bonds. Ask yourself, what have you heard from the government regarding diaspora bonds? What have you heard from that trip? This is what they're going to discuss. What have you heard? I think the answer is going to be nothing. What have you heard about water resource management?
Wow.
We still have a water resource management problem in Jamaica, and we've had it for decades. Them said them ago, this is 2017. And what happened? And the last year we buy water. The last year we had all kind of things. Some people don't have no water. Some people have to pay how much money for water. We have water in a deliver in a tank where them use cart off sewage. When you remember all the incidents last year regarding water. So what did we What did we obtain that was beneficial to us from this meeting in Israel? I think the guy said nothing. Let's go to agriculture.
Nothing for us. Nothing for us.
Let's go to agriculture. Them say them talk about agriculture.
Fertilizer?
That came from Morocco.
Oh, wrong place.
Yeah. But when I talk to you about agriculture, Jamaica is importing agriculture. We are import our food. We're importing it, people. We have put farming out of business. We have put farmers out of business. And farming on the back.
That's big fact.
Farming is larger than import thing right now. Scallion, onion, thyme, potato, you name it. How much younger yam we have there?
Let's not import that
so
too.
we don't hear nothing. We don't hear no report saying, hey, you know what, with agriculture, we have been helped by the Israelis and now we're producing huge yields. We don't have to import anything no more. We have everything I want. So now we could go to security. Now we got to security, people. Now I can tell you this. Let me just share something with you now. I can tell you this, that our Prime Minister was introduced to technology. Our Prime Minister was introduced to technology in Israel.
Which technology? I wonder if I see him technology where they use to attack the computer allegedly. Let's get into it. Hey!
Tell him, Sir Rattigan said that. You can't tell him, Sir me said that.
Wow, big time.
He was introduced to technology. He was introduced to high technology.
Wow, talk about it. Let's go.
And it has been said that some of that technology has been deployed in Jamaica. The Prime Minister himself mentioned that they have technology where they can find you.
I wish I could find the tape. Hold on, let me try.
I need all of you, my people, if you have never heard of Pegasus, and I'm not talking about the hotel.
Pegasus. Guys.
I'm not talking about the hotel.
Guys, write that down. Pegasus. Listen.
There's a technology called Pegasus.
Hey.
Ask the Prime Minister about that. Ask the Minister of National Security about that. Ask them, because guess what happened now? We don't see all the country benefited with diaspora bonds, water resource management, agriculture. But we know that technology was transferred. We know that. And that's why I'm saying to you, it is so important for us to talk to Dr. Clark. He's here with us now. It is so important for us to go sit down and talk to him, because him know all of them things that will happen. Him know all of them things that people believe me, I won't tell you the things and that this technology, spyware, whatever you want to call it, can do. I won't tell you. And I won't tell you what it's doing in Jamaica.
So
You know, say people me
So
there,
my
people me there sorry the whole time, you know. And me never know say my microphone did off, you know. Zane. Let me go back. Me didn't show it still, but what I was saying is that the generative AI experimental is what really caught my eye. And then the fact that this company has been around since 1984, that's very interesting. And look at all the other things that it does. And of course, you know, the things that they put up, you know, on the internet, you can look at that as face value. What other things is this technology doing? What is the potential of it? I guess we just have to do some deeper diving, you get me? And I was saying that I think that the needs and everything is connected. When I remember when Andrew Honesty talk about one, tracking people, and two, he also talked about when it comes to the AI, him talk about services in hospitals, even Christopher Tufton talked about it. The AI generative part, you know, say eventually them are go basically get us, just like we them do all over the world. Yeah, we are gonna be we're gonna lose our jobs to AI pretty much. Alright. This is why you have AI technology when you call digital customer service, you don't get a human being, you get AI. Press 1 if you wanna, press 2, that type of something. So they're eliminating human beings from these jobs of hospitality. You know, Andrew needs to go. Even Satan knows. Mr. Say, I've heard about the Pegasus on Andre Stevens' program platform. PM was using it to track vloggers. So allegedly, that's a comment from in the chat, YouTube. So allegedly, the chat is saying that, you know, the PM, even out of his own mouth, said that they're tracking people. Him so bold and brazen about it. And then Dr. Dana White, that's what she name. We call her Dora the Explorer. She come out and said nobody's being tracked. So, you know, very interesting stuff. But can we believe anything that they're saying? I would in my estimate, yes, we're being tracked, and it's a violation of our constitutional right, and I believe that is why Malawi Fort and all of them with Andrew Honest is working, going above and beyond to get that thing changed so they can just do whatever it is that they're planning to do. In my opinion, that's my opinion based on observation and some of the facts. But let's continue.
Conspiracy theory mind. I don't have it all the time, you know. I just have it right now.
Man saying conspiracy theory mind, you know, have it all the time. It just have it right now. Yo. Internet, listen. I understand, man. You know, it's okay. It's alright.
My conspiracy theory mind.
Tell them about it.
I don't have it all the time, you know. I just have it right now. Says it's interesting that we got this technology that we were introduced to, and our proximity just happens to be right next door to Cuba and down the road from the US. I'm just saying.
You see, what happened, people, is that, you see, counterintelligence is a hell of a world. I've been in that world.
Yeah.
It's a hell of a world.
Carry it a big up here.
99.99% of you don't know what's happening.
Damn.
You don't know what's happening.
Damn, bro.
You see, geopolitics is another thing that you have to pay attention to.
Yes. Geopolitics. Dangerous thing, people. Them bag of meeting where see and Jonas I go foreign and go India everywhere, go meet with this and meet with that. And the stuff that we must say my meet, but you don't see it manifest in our country, you don't talk about it again. It's like them just tell you something for hold on pan. And they're hiding something, I believe.
Geopolitics is something you have to pay attention to. Our Prime Minister he get himself in a big boy game, you know. Him a wear short pants.
Ooh.
All them people around him are wear long.
You hear that? Andrew always get himself involved in a big boy game and he wear short pants.
Something you have to pay attention to. Our Prime Minister look, him get himself in a
wow, this is it right here, really. This is it.
Big
right
boy
here.
game, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Him a wear short pants. All them people around him.
What General I say?
I wear long pants.
Wow.
All the people I deal with.
Andrew
Him wear long pants. Him a wear short pants with one short socks.
Jesus. A picnic that a basic school vibes.
Him now long socks to cover up in calf. Short socks.
Embarrassing.
Right?
Embarrassing. He needs some milk.
Stop it. Get some help.
Sad brother.
Something not right, my wisdom warriors. Something is not right.
Because here's the thing. Think about this. Just think about what I'm telling you now.
I'm thinking.
Prime Minister of Israel talk about security. Then him come back and him say, hey, we have technology and we can find it and we can do this and we can do that. And that is a public secret. Everybody know that.
A public secret.
What can go so?
Then you have him in bed with the Chinese.
Hey, what are you doing in bed with the Chinese? And the Chinese them against America. And the Chinese them must have control like harbor them in Jamaica. Him really allegedly there some big people business. Enough. And the wife they said in an interview, it's enough. Me always say, brother, we are do in a 80 situation. Oh, you get us involved in that.
Meanwhile, a main supporter, the US government, sit down there and they
Yo, hey, you wanna break down something you're saying, man. The serious enough people and could the man them stop the video. Jeez and peace. Every minute you think about for now. All of a sudden. All of a sudden, YouTube.
have an issue with the Chinese. So there is technology from another country.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna play up on my phone. You can't stop this. You can't stop this. I'm gonna find the timestamp. Yeah, them can't stop this, man. We gotta think fast now this. Excuse me, my bad. Where's the time?
There is problems over here with the US and there's problems here with the Chinese. What's the problem?
4 hour.
Just I wonder if this is the problem with the problem when put Jamaica in. Now there are ways that you can navigate that.
Damn. Man, everything at one time, sinus, and then this. Devil is a liar. 4 hours and 40 minutes.
Minefield. But our Prime Minister, he has demonstrated to me in every single way that he doesn't know how to navigate that minefield. And the people around him, they're even worse.
Hold on there, let me play back.
Yeah, short socks. Right? Because here's the thing. Just think about what I'm telling you now. Prime Minister of Israel talk about security. Then him come back and him say, hey, we have technology and we can find it and we can do this and we can do that. And that is a public secret. Everybody know that. Then you have him in bed with the Chinese. Meanwhile, a main supporter, the US government, and them there is technology from another country. There is problems over here with the US and there's problems here with the Chinese.
Everything there, Jamaica.
Just I wonder if this is the problem when put Jamaica in. Now there are ways that they can navigate that minefield. But our Prime Minister, he has demonstrated to me
in every single way that he doesn't know how to navigate that minefield. And the people around him, they're even worse. They're even worse. So, Claudette, you're right. Him just don't know, him get himself in a position and him don't know how to come out that, how to navigate this thing between the Chinese, the US, Israel, and other nations. Him don't know how to get around it. The first thing is this: you never let a foreign country build your foreign affairs building, because that is where you create and you discuss your policies regarding not only your country but the region and the world.
Ooh. So he allowed a foreign country to build the foreign affairs building so them can plant alleged, this is my conspiracy going now, ladies and gentlemen, them can plant bugs in the building for get intel. And then you ask yourself the question, why them wouldn't do it? Very interesting. That's so dumb. It's a little low. Oh, man. Oh, man. Hold on there, guys. Hold on there. Tell them read that. All right. Hold on there. You see, I'm not sure you see. Yeah, boy, man, tell her, hey, devil is a liar, man. You see how long that a buffer for? Right? Me have to put on mute. You see how long it a buffer? This is the...
And that is what happened in Jamaica. Who built the new foreign affairs building down at Little Port Royal Street? The Chinese. And they...
Them type of conversation are too... Look a bit too... You know? I tell you, boy. Big up Mr. Rattigan still. What me I learn? I'm learning a lot. I am learning a lot. See?
It proudly says, if you look on the side of the building, you see it. The Chinese gift. So everything, every discussion in that building, you just have to assume is compromised.
Exactly.
You just have to assume it's compromised. So if I were working at the US Embassy, number one, I wouldn't be in that building. But if I had to go to that building and talk, I wouldn't have much to say, except if I want to send out
pause message. Yeah, you want to send out some message for them hold on pan and then to see if they really are listening. Hey, when you watch movies them, you know, you can learn a lot from the movies them too. You know?
Misinformation.
You know what I'm saying? If he was in the US Embassy, if he was working and going into that building in Jamaica, he would have just sent out misinformation. And that makes sense. Diana, how you doing? Good morning.
That's when I said things because I know people are listening.
Exactly. Give them wrong information. Hey, listen. Them fight this thing. I'm not gonna further with that because we have a lot more for cover. So I'm gonna tell me what you think in the comment section and wanna like, share, and subscribe, ladies and gentlemen. Alright? Now let's get to the next content here. Pastor Shuttleworth. Hopefully. Should I do that first? And then do the exclusive? Yeah, man, may I do Pastor Shuttleworth first? No, I'm gonna do the exclusive. I'm gonna do this. Because it's easier for me navigate faster. So ladies and gentlemen, I came across this video here. Well, somebody sent it to me. And they said, Bolo, I guarantee you, after you listen to 5 minutes of this, you're going to want to cover this. Now, this happened several years ago, you know. Literally a long way back, ladies and gentlemen. And this is Antigua. The gentleman with that Hitler-shaped mustache. He's the one that is the prime minister at the time of Antigua and Barbuda. Sandals and them had some riff, which he's going to explain. And hold on. Yeah, so the gentleman in the Hitler looking with the Hitler looking mustache, I don't say that to demonize him, all right? But it is a Hitler looking mustache, isn't it? Anyway, please like and share the video coming in. The government of Antigua had a riff with Sanders at the time. Several years ago, obviously. The man in the middle right there was the man in charge. So yeah. And the man presently is who I think is in charge, innit? His son, I believe. Now, the reason why I'm pointing this out, ladies and gentlemen, what you're gonna hear from this Renice Gaston Brown, what you're gonna hear from this, yes, that's his name. I guess you're familiar with the story. What you're gonna hear from this this piece that I'll be playing, which is a very, very long piece, so I'm going to speed it up. So I want you guys to give me your very, very delicate listening ear. I want you guys
do whatever the crunch you want with KFC's popcorn chicken. Delicious, juicy, irresistible.
Oh, shut up. I don't want to hear about no goddamn advertisement about no damn chicken. You just bombard people with these things. Now, what you're gonna hear in this clip, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear a lot of similarities to what the people of Jamaica is facing in the tourism industry, why you have all of these, you know, uproars of protests against the hotels that they're working. All right, because them too damn greedy. A lot of the issues you're gonna hear, and this is not an attack on Sandals. This is about general corporations that own hotel in countries and how they actually operate with the government officials. And the thing about it is, if you don't have firm government officials that are going to have the people's best interest at heart and them not taking a talk, what is going to happen is that those corporations wave a lot of money around allegedly, and people fold. And the people suffer. Those political figures that represent us, a lot of them fold. Them sell out, literally, for a few million US dollars, allegedly, in some cases. But I won't say much else. I'm going to let this play. Again, Grand Rising Wayne, big up. Wanna listen, ladies and gentlemen. Let me put this, I put it at 1.5, because I already attack slower, so it's supposed to go good at 1.5. And if it's too fast, please let me know. Let's go.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the second and third readings of the following bill for an act shortly entitled.
Oh no, now they're doing this to me now. Internet is doing this to me. Oh my God. Wow. This is a wow.
The Investment Authority Amendment Bill of 2017. Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me thank Major Maxim for invoking God's divine presence and his prayers for collective agreement and unity of spirit. And that is.
And this is a man of God too, you know. Yeah, man of God, Mr. Gatson.
Is the overall objective that we are seeking to achieve here. by virtue of having this special sitting dealing with a matter of public interest. Mr. Speaker, the amendment.
Bald-head brother like me too, you know. Us bald-head brothers gotta stick together, man. I'm trying to tell you. The fight for freedom is continuous.
That we are seeking to make here today is not intended to be punitive in any way. It is not intended to be retaliatory. We are here to act in the public's interests. We are here to defend the best interest of the people of Antigua and Barbuda.
You hear that?
And I hope that the discussions today will not.
The man here to defend the public interest of the people of Antigua. That is his intent. It's not to be political.
Be taken out of context. I hope that it will not be a debate for partisan bashing.
Right. Like what they're doing at Jamaica. Everything a PNP fault. A PNP make the people have a protest.
But for us to collectively work together to address an existential threat that is
you hear the man say X is
facing the nation.
A threat.
Mr. Speaker, there are times when we have to stand together.
Hey. You don't know when somebody said that the thing gets serious. No, me don't really have time for internet to do this to me. So I'm going to find a solution right here, ladies and gentlemen. That's what me I do right now. Yeah, man. We can't do this. This now work out. But I'm play it from my phone. I want to hear through this, but
this is one such occasion in which members on both sides of the political aisle must stand together in the interests of the country.
It's Black Friday, and if you are a trader, you need
put up ads. All the ads are blouse and skirt buffer. Hey, them people are not easy, you know. Backside. No, sir. I touch of this. Only give me a second, there, people.
to know that Pro Traders Fund is giving away 50% off all evaluations. Use the code BLACK50 to get. Let's go.
Hey, Sharon, I'm on, you know, what kind of night? How you going with? How you live? Sharon, at night where you there? I must see Asia you live. Sharon say good morning, Bolo and John.
We're not here to bash sandals.
You hear what I'm saying? They are not here to bash sandals. I'm going to play it on my phone, people. That's what I'm going to do. So I want to just give me a second. Because I can't deal with this. I really cannot. I'm sorry.
We are not here to berate Gordon Butchert. We are here, however, to speak the truth and not.
Man, so they're not there for bash Bush Stewart, you know. But you have to talk the truth. Yeah, the man has set it up. Hey. If you guys are not aware of this story, trust me, it's gonna blow your mind. Some of the things that was said in this. Trust me when I tell you that. Here we go. Wait a minute. So I'm gonna see the video.
Nothing but the truth in accordance to our pledge to this Honourable Parliament and to the people of Antigua and Barbuda. And if by speaking the truth, we would have offended certain individuals, well, so be it. That is the oath that we took in this honorable house, and we are duty bound to speak nothing but the truth. Mr. Speaker, I will accept that the amendment that we will make today to the Investment Authority.
You hear that, Andrew? As a employee of the people of Jamaica.
Act, which will be a bill, presently, a bill, the Investment Authority Amendment Bill of 2017, was triggered by the recent developments.
So you hear the time in 2017
of his sandals closure for 3 to 5 months. There's no doubt about that. We're not hiding that that is what triggered this amendment. But, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the to be raised Gordon but short. We are here, however, to speak the truth and nothing but the truth in accordance to our pledge to this honorable parliament and to the people of Antigua and Barbuda. And if by speaking the truth, we would have offended certain individuals, well, so be it. That is the oath that we took in this honorable house.
All right, we have Empress 13 in the building. How you doing, Love Good Mo? Well, it should be afternoon for you. Should be like 11, 12 o'clock. How you doing?
And we are duty bound.
Oh, I wanted to do a sound check, guys. How is the sound? Is it much clearer now? Can you guys hear him better now? Is it louder for you? But how loud is it? Should I turn it down? Please give me some feedback in the chat. Thank you.
To speak nothing but the truth. Mr. Speaker, I will accept that the amendment that we will make today to the Investment Authority Act, which will be a bill, presently, a bill, the investment by the recent developments of his sandals closure for 3 to 5 months. There's no doubt about that. We're not hiding that that is what triggered this amendment. But the amendment is not exclusive to sandals. And the discussion that we'll have today will be a broad discussion about the hotel industry, an industry that contributes 70% of our GDP. And for us to have a stakeholder discussion, and I expect all of my members on this side to speak to this issue, for us to look at exactly where we intend to position this sector. What are we seeking to get out of this sector? Are we going to allow the tourism industry to become an extractive industry, one in which workers are exploited, one in which government income are manipulated? Or are we seeking to have a stakeholder relationship in which all of us as stakeholders in the industry will benefit equitably from its gains? Mr. Speaker, the latter is what we are seeking to achieve. We cannot have a situation in which workers in this country are considered to be mere commodities, commodities for exploitation. That is against the objective of the Antigua and Barbuda Labour Party. We're doing all...
Want to hear that? Want to hear that? The man saying cannot allow for the people of his country to be exploited by these companies, these hotels, for their own gain. The aim of his party and his government is protect the interests of the people. Wanna listen? Does this sound familiar, guys, to what's going on in Jamaica? Hey!
All we can to grow the country's economy. We're doing all we can to uplift the living standards of the people of Antigua and Barbuda. And no one can doubt that within the last 3 years, that we have made significant gains in every sector in this country's economy. We have expanded the country's economy year after year. I just said to this honorable house that in 2016, we enjoyed a rate of growth over 6.5%. The highest rate of growth of any country in this hemisphere, and one of the fastest growing economies in the world. But what's the point of growing the country's economy rapidly, and then you have a situation where the working class people are exploited? Do we want to have a strong economy, a fast growing economy, with a set of indigent workers? Is it that what we're seeking in this country? Are you elected the 14 members on this side to represent you, to preside over an economy of indigent workers, so that they cannot look after themselves, they cannot afford their car payments, mortgage payments, that they must be hewers of wood and carriers of water? That is the objective. Or are we saying that we all have an obligation, especially as Antiguans and Barbudans, notwithstanding our political persuasion, to come together and to make sure that we all benefit equitably from this industry? Mr. Speaker, when it comes to principle, you know that the members on this side of the aisle, we always stand on principle. And I have recognized long ago that when you stand on principle and when you stand with the people, you could never go wrong.
You hear that?
There are some who will ridicule. There were some who will undermine. Some will undermine, some will ridicule. Some will scorn you. Some will collude. But at the end of the day, our position will be proven to be the sustainable one. We're not looking for short-term gains. We're not seeking short-term political gains. Because at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, I would rather be an ordinary citizen of this country than to be Prime Minister of a country of working indigents.
You hear that? When you hear that, I'm have to play that back for you and Joe and stuff. All I labor right them, when you hear that, when you listen to our real leader.
Some will undermine, some will ridicule. Some will scorn you. Some will collude. But at the end of the day, our position will be proven to be the sustainable one. We're not looking for short-term gains. We're not seeking short-term political gains.
Not seeking short-term political gains. On the listen. And guys, there's a poll going. Participate. Remember to hit the like button. Don't keep this to yourself. Share the live. Share the live with 20 people or 25 people.
Because at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, I would rather be an ordinary citizen of this country than to be Prime Minister of a country of working indigents. I want the people of Antigua and Barbuda to understand the commitment of this government. No matter how you see us individually, no matter how you may dislike us, I want you to understand our commitment to the empowerment of the people of Antigua and Barbuda. That commitment is second to none. And that is why our policies are designed for the upliftment of our people. And to make sure that, in particular, that we protect and promote the interests of the working class in this country. They're the ones who need protection. They're the ones who need a leg up. They're the ones who must enjoy good quality health care, good educational opportunities, good housing. And you'll see systematically that my government continues to invest in those sectors. In healthcare today is better than any time in the history of this country. Our educational plans is better today than any time in the history of this country. The scholarships that we have granted, both in terms of the quality of the scholarships and the number of scholarships, far exceed the contribution of any other government in the past. So, Speaker, we're spending $25 million annually to provide scholarships for young Antiguans and Barbudans. We're talking about university degrees in a number of disciplines. And I'll show you too where the irresponsible actions of certain stakeholders, especially in the hotel sector, could undermine these objectives. Mr. Speaker, when a hotel takes a decision to put 700 people out of work, do you understand the economic consequences? Do you understand the effects on the living standards of these people? When you put a man out of work for 7 months, how is he going to live? How is he going to take care of his family? Mr. Speaker, those individuals at the low echelons of the industry, they don't have the money to save. They're living hand to mouth. And the truth is, Mr. Speaker, not only are they living from paycheck to paycheck, the money's so small they can't even meet the obligations. And when you deprive them of that check for 5 months, how are they going to survive? Those who have mortgages, how are they going to pay the mortgages? Those who have car loans, how are they going to meet their obligations? Those who have school fees, how are they going to pay their school fees? Public interest. Mr. Speaker, as a government, we have to protect the citizenry against the excesses of investors. And I will speak specifically to the issue of Sandals and the relationship with the government of Antigua and Barbuda and even other governments in the Caribbean. Unfortunately, Sandals has taken a very myopic view about its operations. It will appear as though the principals of Sandals believe that they are the only stakeholders in this business. It could never be. When sandals first came here, about 2.5 decades ago, under a previous Labour Party government, the intention was to create a partnership, not for them to exploit us. But what we've seen, Mr. Speaker, over the years, is that the relationship had become more and more exploitative. As
people want to pay attention to the man I say, no. Hey, you notice when I do no back talk, you don't listen.
They extracted more and more concessions. So, Mr. Speaker, before I give a little history of the relationship, let me first of all confirm, Mr. Speaker, that the closure of sandals for 3 months, potentially 5 months, is an act of hostility. It is an act designed to extract additional concessions from the government of Antigua and Barbuda. It is a form of retaliation for the fact that a year ago, Mr. Speaker, we had to correct a gross inequity. A situation in which sandals either failed to collect 65% of the guest tax,
Would I hear this?
or they held on to 65% of it.
Right.
I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. They said they never collected it. But, on the other hand, they were paying 35% of it. So the question is, Mr. Speaker, they had a legal obligation to collect the 12.5% ABST, which is paid by guests, by the tourists who come to this country, to collect it on behalf of the government and people of Antigua and Barbuda. And their argument was that they never collected it. So if you didn't collect it, why were you paying 35% of it?
Talk true.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to show you how exploitative this relationship became. First of all, you had a situation where when they first came, they extracted 10 years concessions. They paid not 1 cent in taxes on anything that they imported into the country.
Wow.
No building material, no capital equipment, no machinery, no furnishing, no fixtures, no appliances.
People want to write them every single thing when they get free, you know, in a them deal, you know. How much concessions the government make for them, you know, for them do their business as a private investor, you know. When you see greed, want to listen to this.
Nothing. Now, Mr. Speaker, that is the standard in the industry. So we're not saying that that is something wrong, but I'm just showing you how generous previous governments and my government has been to sandals. They still enjoy those concessions up to today. Those have not been revoked. Mr. Speaker, they also enjoy exemptions from withholding taxes, from corporation taxes, so that whatever they gross in the form of profits is net. Government gets nothing. And invariably, Mr. Speaker, those profits do not stay in this economy for further expansion of their business. Almost invariably, it is repatriated for expansion in other countries. And I'm not saying that we have not benefited from some level of expansion, but generally speaking, these profits are repatriated to support the expansion of sandals in other countries. So, Speaker, what we found, the 10 years was not enough. They then demanded 15 years. They got it. 15 years tax-free, free of all withholding taxes, free of taxes on everything imported into the country, barring food and beverage.
Wow.
Well, they had food and beverage at one point too. Exactly. And I'm coming to that. So everything, Mr. Speaker, duty-free, tax-free. Then you had a situation in 2004. They demanded more taxes. They said 15 years is not enough. They said they wanted 25 years. And Mr. Speaker, they got it. Then in 2014, they came again and they said, you know what? There's 10 years that would have elapsed from our concessions. We want a renewal for another 25 years. And Mr. Speaker, they got it. So in other words, if you look at the last 10 years, Mr. Speaker, they would have gotten 35 years tax-free concessions. Now, Mr. Speaker, even though they have all these concessions, they continue to manipulate their accounts.
Wow.
So they have their parent company, Sandals International, a company that apparently does all of the bookings. So what they do, Mr. Speaker, is that they will cream off the top of all the bookings, $10, $20 million. And then they'll remit probably about $50 million for the 2 properties here. And they will report the $50 million as revenue, in which they will deduct the expenses and then would have an overall profit of maybe about $7-9 million. But you have to understand that the monies that they creamed off the top, that is going straight to profits. And I want to put them at notice that we reserve the right, I'm not saying we're going to do it, but we reserve the right to pursue Standards International in court for manipulating the figures.
You know, want some serious investigative bodies in Jamaica investigate some of them private company here where they in Jamaica for a long time. For see what type of concessions is the government making for these investors? The Chinese, them, everybody. And is it benefiting the people? People, I see them here, you know, but different players, you know, listen to that. Hey, listen to this, you know. Oh, and pay attention. And share the life. Because to see what I go on, the system them a fight my page. But we shall rise above it, innit?
Since Parliament, I'm speaking without fear or favor today.
All right.
Most of the hotels in this country do the same thing.
The microphone goes.
We want to make sure that everyone is benefit proportionately from the industry, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, they argue that salaries and wages in this country are too high. How could that be?
Hey,
when you have hotel workers in this country making $1,300 and $1,400 a month, EC.
$1,300 and $1,400 a month, EC. And them a say, them a make too much money. And here with Sandals, why Sandals say allegedly why them a make too much money. Yo, this interesting, you know. More make you hear how the corporate entities them think. And this is the reason why they will always try to take advantage of people, and that's why the people need their union and them something there to protect them from the corporation. And listen, you know, listen. And nobody feel like saying government official they not allow them to get to it when they want to get to it, because a corruption at the end of the day, guys. Yeah.
That's how much a worker at solid waste makes, or CBH. A CBH worker, Mr. Speaker, at the lower echelons in the public sector, makes about $1,300-$1,400 a month. And today, in the 21st century, hotels that are making millions of dollars are arguing, Mr. Speaker, that their employees who are making $1,300-$1,400 a month are overpaid. And they're trying to compare our people with Jamaica, the Dominican Republic, people who enjoy a lesser standard of living. In other words, they're saying you're living too good.
Who don't hear that? Hey, the man take big offense, and I would too. So the man I say, we afford our people here as the government to live a certain standard of life. Right? And you want us to drop those people's standards. The audacity of these corporations. Mighty God.
They want to level down the living standards of the people of my country.
Hey.
Now, Mr. Speaker, the truth is, you know, we still have a significant amount of working poor in this country who we are trying to lift out of poverty. And we're trying to do so not only through entrepreneurship, but to make sure that they have a fair stake in the economy through employment. We have one of the highest Gini coefficients in the world, one of the most skewed income distribution of any country in the world. And one of the ways to correct that is to ensure that our people get employment.
Yes.
To make sure that they get rewarding employment.
Yes.
Not to be utilized as commodities for exploitation, to maximize the profits of hoteliers. So you know what has happened, Mr. Speaker? You find that today, indigenous Antiguans and Barbudans, they don't want hotel work.
You hear that?
Because intrinsically, they know that they're being exploited.
Hey.
They know pensions. Some of them work for 20, 30, 40 years. And they have to go home without any pensions. End up in poverty.
My people want to stop allow the people to enslave in the modern day plantation here. All right.
Haven't given a particular hotel property their best years, their most productive years. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that we cannot preside over that type of inequity. I would rather go home. I understand a particular hotelier said that he has gotten rid of other governments and other prime ministers.
What?
Well, I want to tell you, I will volunteer.
You hear what the man say? The man say a certain hotelier say he has gotten rid of other political individuals. So the corporation them is so powerful, and they believe them have so much influence and power. Allegedly, when the government give them in the first place, that they can use other government officials in our country, right, to remove another one from half him seat, with probably even within the same party. You not hear this? Hey yo, this is alleged, you know. But you not hear this? Wow.
I understand a particular hotelier said that he has gotten rid of other governments and other prime ministers. Well, I want to tell you, I will volunteer to go home than to preside over the exploitation of the people of this country.
That is it. That is it.
And colleagues, I want you all to understand, this is no grandstanding. This is a firm commitment.
You hear that,
a commitment to the advancement of the people.
You hear that, Andrew Honest? This is a leader that is committed to the advancement of the people. When you talk about commitment, you know, but the exercise of the commitment is the problem we don't need. Listen to a real leader.
Antigua and Barbuda. It's not about me. It's not about us. It's about them, the people. To make sure that we protect them and that we empower them.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, there are a number of exploitative things that are taking place within the industry. And we'll highlight some of them. And Sandals is one of the main offenders. You know, they always said, you know, that with every challenge, that there are opportunities to be exploited. But what this particular challenge would have done, Mr. Speaker, it has brought a number of issues to the fore for us to address as a government. The truth is, there were some exploitative employment activities taking place at Sandals, which we were not aware of as the leaders of this country.
Listen.
As information coming, Mr. Speaker, we recognize that more and more our people are being marginalized, especially the indigenous Antiguans and Barbudans.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, we are shocked. And it's not necessarily that that exploitation started under my government. It is a situation where it existed for many years and continued. And I do not want to accuse anybody in the opposition to have deliberately encouraged that type of exploitation. I'm not here to play politics. This is about the development of the country. But the point is, Mr. Speaker, for decades there have been some bad practices that would have literally come to roost today that we must address. Now, I am not going to get into the nitty-gritty of these malpractices because at the end of the day, as I said before, the objective is to ensure that we end up in unity with a collective agreement, one that is equitable for all stakeholders.
You see, this is the difference between the message from the Jamaica Labour Party in Jamaica right now to this man and these people in this country. Him really a try work together. And Jonas and the Jamaica Labour Party is talking about, I cannot allow the PMP to get back into power ever again, and I demonize them. It's a big difference. One is causing separation and one is trying to, you know, fix a long-standing issue that has gone on, which is affecting the people of the country. And the best way to do it is to unite as a government. You get what I'm saying?
Mr. Speaker, it is so unfortunate that there are individuals who are seeking to exploit this issue for partisan gain.
Very unfortunate.
And I recognize too that within the hotel industry, Mr. Speaker, that there's a lack of representation. Mr. Speaker, I won't be calling any names because I do not wish to disparage anyone. But it's common knowledge in this country that there are trade unionists who are on the payroll of hoteliers.
Wow. Wow.
And you know, I have a policy not to speak the truth.
Wow.
There's a man who sued me recently, just as an aside, Mr. Speaker.
So you have people who are part of a union where where allegedly hoteliers have put money in them pocket to sell out the people. So basically, everybody in a position of power, if them have to have a serious level of integrity for do right by the people, because they might have all type of temptation in it. Oh my God.
He said that I defamed him, I didn't speak the truth. He says that apparently there was a wrongdoing and a tribunal was called to investigate him, and before the investigation took place, he resigned. So I said he was fired. He said he was not fired, he resigned. So it seems as though the case will be whether or not it was a mule or a donkey. But I know that if I see a mule and I say it's a donkey, I know that I did not deceive anyone. So that's a different issue. The point I'm making here is that I value my integrity, and I know that the people of Antigua and Barbuda can depend on me to speak the truth under any circumstances. I'm not perfect. I'm sure I'll err. At some point, I may.
Ransford said, I bet the Antiguan Prime Minister doesn't have 28 bank accounts. I also bet that he signed the code of conduct. Damn right.
I have to eat humble pie and come and apologize to the nation for something wrong that I may do. But one thing I can tell the nation, I will not deliberately participate in any wrongdoing, not even for financial gains. And you all know how I stand on the issue of bribery and so on. But Mr. Speaker, coming back to the whole issue of sandals and their malevolence.
Yo, that brother can't come be Prime Minister of Jamaica. This man sound like a man of integrity, Bridget. Yeah, the man say, the man take a strong stance against bribery. But he's a Christian still, and he look like he's a man, the real man of God. From what we gather. No laugh for the road at all, my general.
We had a situation in which we had to correct that inequity, whereby they should have been collecting 12.5% in the form of a guest tax, not paid by sandals, paid by guests who come to this country. All of the other hotels in the country, the guests who come here have to pay that 12.5%. Now, sandals have been getting all those concessions, decided to approach the former regime and ask them to sign an illegal agreement. And I want to emphasize there, Mr. Speaker, an illegal agreement.
An illegal agreement? How would the boxer that go on, sir? What's going on?
To discount, or unlawful agreement to discount 65% of that 12.5%. So the former administration signed an agreement with Sandals, which they had no legal authority so to do.
Wow.
Former UPP administration. And look, I have a whole file here. I am not going to get into the legal details. I'm going to allow the member from St. Peter to deal with that because we sought several legal opinions. One of the attorneys who gave us an opinion is Mr. James Guthrie of the United Kingdom, a well-known Queen's Counsel, who said to us that the agreement was illegal. But Mr. Speaker, the agreement was not only illegal, it was morally reprehensible.
Wow.
Because if the employees are significant stakeholders and the government is a significant stakeholder, then we ought to share equitably in the gains, the economic gains of the hotel. So, Mr. Speaker, here's a situation in which even trust money that they were to collect and pass on to the government, they decided either they weren't going to collect 65% or they held on to 65% of it. My suspicion, Mr. Speaker, is that...
Big up Jamaica Carlos to say, I'm glad you're touching on this colonial plantation. Hey, may I tell them in general, yesterday me do that live and the man them they come like me get a cyber attack. Come like them send for my computer. Because the live have a certain name in it and the live won't start. And we just change the name and now the live has start. Very, very strange. Florence Wagwan, big up Jamaica Carlos in that place. I see it. Blessings, my general.
Is that they held on to 65% of it. Now, could that be fair? You think, Mr. Speaker, that if Sandals were to open a hotel in the United States and hold on to 65% of their guest tax, you know what will happen? The principals will go to jail.
So
you have a situation.
Hey, you think I lie, Mattel? Them now try them thing. And again, this is not just about Sandals. I'm talking about all hotel corporations that come into these small islands. a lot of the times they come and they exploit the people and our natural resources. How do they exploit the natural resources? The reason why the people actually come in here for vacation is because of our natural resources. So what happens is they build their hotel, they benefit the most, they get all these concessions, but allegedly they don't want to pay their taxes. Allegedly they're not paying taxes. Allegedly they're not paying most of their taxes. And them now, most importantly, them not paying the people them in the hotel them enough money. And this is why we have this island wide of protests erupting, and then Andrews want to lean towards it's political, and somehow it's the PMP that is causing the people them for protest. How disrespectful that is to the plight of the people them for him to even say something like that. And that was a point that Mr. Mark Golding brought up, that I also brought up on my platform as well before hearing him. And I'm bringing it up again. It is damn sad, man. The game that they've been playing all over the years, ladies and gentlemen, is the same game. Right? We are in the time of exposure. People's eyes, the veil is being lifted, so to speak. Right? So, open up on the cranium, man. You see me I deal with, understand who the enemy is. Very important that you know do that.
Situation now in which there are individuals who are trying to suggest that by virtue of my government correcting a wrong, that is an abrasive position, that it is not diplomatic. So are we supposed to sit back and do nothing and allow investors to exploit our people and to rob the government of its rightful revenue? That will be most irresponsible. So we did a responsible thing, Mr. Speaker. You know, there was a big brouhaha about it. And subsequently, they agreed to pay. And to tell you how responsible my government has been, Mr. Speaker, we gave them 7 months in order to put a new regime in place in which you'll have to collect the full 12.5% and to pay it over to the government. You know what we did, Mr. Speaker? My government did not pursue Sandals to the back taxes. We wrote off $101 million, million with an M, for Sandals. If we meant to be punitive,
$100 million. Yo, I want to really pay attention to all the details of this situation there, you know. I'll show you how, when him done break it down, how, in my opinion, if everything that is being said here is accurate, them people are wicked, you know. They not no heart, you know. Them not have no care in them. Them is some demon serpent. Them ugly. God don't like ugly. Them ugly. Them not have no heart. Them are some shark. Them just thirsty for blood. And then just want more and more. They don't know when them not have no conscience then. Some of these corporations, they don't have no conscience.
we would have insisted that they should have paid that $101 million. We said no. In the interest of peace and unity, and to ensure that we have a good investment culture in this country, that we will take the loss, we wrote off the $101 million. Lo and behold, Mr. Speaker, when the time came for them to start to pay in January of this year, they came up with some bogus argument that they had a credit of $5.6 million. But we said to them, we just did a wash. We just said, look, forget about under $1 million. Let's write off that. Let's move forward in love and unity.
Good morning, Sharon. How are you doing?
So, Speaker, they said to us then, if we didn't do something about it, they're going to take action. I said, all right, you know what? I went to the cabinet. Fact, Inland Revenue said to us they have no basis for this credit of $5.2 million. I said to my colleagues, in the interest of peace, let us write off 50% of it. The cabinet agreed. We communicated to Sandals. So they still have this $2.6 million in credit before they start to pay the additional taxes. Then, Mr. Speaker, we thought everything was settled. About a month ago, I got a call from Mr. Gordon Bustrode, the chairman of Sandals. He said to me, Prime Minister, I want us to meet. I want us to have lunch. By the way, prior to that, he was buttering me up. Christmas, I got a bottle of Don Perrier. You all must know, hold on, man. You all must know that this is not no personal issue against Fitzgerald. You must know the truth. Called me about 5 times to wish me happy Christmas. I had to call Brian Gonzalez to ask him if Sandals going, Butchfield going send out. I'm just telling you how much we were communicating. On my birthday, I got another bottle of Don Perrier. Not Perrier, no, whatever the name, but I don't drink, so you have to excuse me. I don't even know the name. So, by the way, still at my home, you know. So, anyone here I want, you can have them, because I don't drink. So, you know, I thought that both of us are good friends, and I believe that I said to this nation that, look, we have patched up.
So, what the man explain here, saying, ladies and gentlemen, one of you really take a note of is the alleged subtle bribery, the buttering up like him said. So, oh my God, hey, you think mankind change? I see him game, you know. Antigua is beautiful place. Also the people. Empress, you say you go to Antigua too? Why? It look like me go to Antigua go live because the government official, yeah, if I them see one around the country, you know, me and them are going to coexist very well.
Patched up things and we had good terms, good speaking terms. We went, he sent his private jet here, beautiful jet, one of the finest jets you'll find anywhere in the world, a Gulfstream, about a year old. Myself and my security officer, we flew down to Grenada. He showed me a property there, Sandals, that he just opened. Said to me that he added 200-something rooms in about 8 months, built from scratch. Shows the kind of capacity that they have. Here in Antigua, you know, he's doing maintenance that's going to take 5 months. But in Grenada, he built over 200 rooms in 8 months. Keep that from scratch. Okay? So I commended him. Then we flew to Barbados. He showed me another property there that he's expanding. Very impressive. I believe that property will have over 500 rooms. I commended him. I gave him a full commitment. I said to him, look, we had a little issue, but you can be sure that we value your business. We value Sandals as one of the largest private sector employers in the island, and be assured of the full support of my government. On our way back to Antigua, Mr. Speaker, gave me a document here, and I have it. As I said, I don't deceive. I don't lie. That's why I don't have to think about what I say, because nobody can embarrass me about lying. Mr. Speaker,
big up RJ.
Schematic here, in which he said,
big up RJ in that place. Blessings, yeah?
There's a section of the old Sandals that he was going to break it down, build an 8-story building for everybody to see. And that will give us an additional 80 rooms. Yes? And I showed me it could be hit.
No, you can't see it on the screen here, so because what I'm doing, I'm playing from my phone, guys. Because my computer is still under attack. The video on the computer is buffering every 2 seconds. So I'm playing it from my phone and using my microphone from my Bluetooth speaker to let you guys hear the audio. And I can see on they zoomed into the actual document. So what he's doing is he's showing and proving the plans them where Sanders did actually discuss with him. Alright, so let's continue. So Bolo, I'm thinking of visiting this Antigua, Bermuda, you know, Panama. Panama is a good country to visit because of the healing centers that are there. I think Dr. Sabi Healing Center is still there. And family them, still run it. So, you know, Panama, yeah man, good place to visit.
And writing on it as well. So I welcomed the investment, Mr. Speaker. I even gave him assurances too that we'll do all in our power to expedite the sale of the Halcyon property so that he could invest in the beaches. But Mr. Speaker, before we landed, his lawyer, Jimmy Bristol, said to me, well, you know, Prime Minister, based on this plan, we want to get some concessions now. Not when they build additional rooms, you know. Now. Based on the plan. But it's not a proper plan, it's schematic. A one-page schematic. He said, look, the chief says that he wants a waiver on food and beverage. So I said to him, Jimmy, this is going to be a hard sell, but I'm going to go to my cabinet and see if I can sell. Because, you know, Mr. Speaker, we want additional 80 rooms. So I went to the cabinet, Mr. Speaker, and my cabinet colleagues will tell you, I don't tell them how to think or what to say. I run my cabinet by consensus. And my cabinet colleague said to me, boss, sorry, we don't know where you're going with that one day, you better pull back that. I can't get you now.
Hey, We love hear the Antigua people in time. I say, boss, I don't know you're going to do that, about it. Hey, listen, that one ain't going to work, Big up the Caribbean people in Antigua, Yaman, and Bermuda. I swear.
Wheel and come again. So I said, all right, sorry. And they rationalized it. Because the position is, Mr. Speaker, the country's finances in such a precarious position that if we were to give the taxes, the waivers and food and beverage to Sandals, we'd have had to give it to the elite island, that's what they name, Rob Barrett group of hotels, elite resorts, and it would have plunged the country into a financial crisis. We'd have had to give waters, etc. So, Speaker, we have a fundamental problem in that whereas the economy is growing significantly, government taxes are lagging. We're collecting less than 20% of GDP when we should be collecting about 25% of GDP. So as a result, we have been unable to meet certain payments which were delinquent before. We would have loved to have covered them like the Paris Club loans. But because we're not collecting enough money, we have not been able to meet those obligations. And what we've found is that government finances are tightening more and more. It is becoming a little more difficult to meet our obligations, especially considering that there has been a decline in the CIP receipts and that we also gave up $35 million last year in personal income tax. So I picked up the phone, Mr. Speaker, called Brian Gonzalez to tell him that the cabinet said that it will consider the proposal in another 12 months after we would have repaid our IMF loan next year, sorry. Now, Mr. Speaker, I didn't want to offend the Honorable King Woodshort. So I didn't communicate accurately what the cabinet said. The cabinet said to me, wheel and come again. I said to him, look, another 12 months, we will consider when things get a little better. Man was not pleased. Then about 2 weeks later, Mr. Speaker, we had a situation where Social Security had to do an audit of the books because they were manipulating their employment liability. So what they were doing, Mr. Speaker, they were classifying certain workers as independent contractors so that they didn't have to pay the payroll taxes. Social Security went in and challenged them on it, and they got vexed. So I got a call one day from the same Brian Gonzalez, frantically told me that Bush considering locking down his hotel. He tired of Antigua and Barbuda. So I said, what for? Said to me, Social Security went in.
When you hear that, so allegedly, him not get him way, and allegedly, him at the time, him a plan for strong arm the government by locking down the hotel. So I think, what is the size of Antigua and Barbuda? Hold on, I'm going to look on the map while I play this.
To his property and auditing his books. Now the law gives Social Security the rights, but he considered to be an offense. In the interest of peace, Mr. Speaker, you know what your humble servant did? I called up the director of Social Security. I said, look, even though you're right, in the interest of peace, please write him a letter of apology because we don't want the problems. The director was reluctant. He said, okay, Prime Minister. He wrote them, he apologized. Lo and behold, I traveled about a week and a half ago to Punta Cana. While en route in Miami the Saturday morning, I was told that a letter was sent to us confirming that Sandals will close for 5 months. So I said, 5 months? So, Speaker, I would have tried to reach Gordon Woodshort no less than 24 times. I mean, when I heard that Sandals is going to close for 5 months, I'm like, no, we have to intervene. So, Speaker, I even sent a text on that very Saturday. And this is what the text says. And people must understand the context. They can spin all they want, but they can't manufacture their own facts. Text says here, Mr. Speaker, it's still on my phone. Anybody can verify it. In fact, I forwarded it to my colleagues in our chat room. It says here, dear sir, or excellency, this is Gaston Brown here. I need to speak to you urgently about your reconsidering the decision to close Sandals for 5 months. As you're aware, this will create significant hardships on the employees and is therefore totally unacceptable. My government is willing to work with you to avert disclosure in the interest of all stakeholders, especially the employees. I can be reached at...
I'm going to play that back. Just as I suspected, Antigua and Barbuda is a blip on the map, ladies and gentlemen. So you can imagine how much they actually, tourism being what, 17 to 25% of their GDP, how important tourism is to them. So according to the gentleman, right, Mr. Gaston, the Prime Minister at the time of this account, is that the owner of Sandals at the time allegedly tried to strong arm them because he didn't get what he wanted. Jenny Wagwan, Jenny said labor right, Them grudgeful and can't bear to see little people progress. That is why them hate Michael Manley. Well, we can't argue that at all, Jenny. But we are talking about Antigua and Barbuda right now. And Sandals, this account. So allegedly, Sandals owner at the time, several years ago, decided to watch her. I'm going to lock down Sandals for 5 months. No, you tell me if you can fathom in our mind the financial devastation that would have put a little country like Antigua into, right? Because remember, the population is very small as it is, right? So, having income coming through tourism is essential to the economy. For him to lock down that for 5 months because him never get concessions where him asks for, that would also affect the economy of the Antiguans. It's like, you're damn if you do and you're damn if you don't. So this situation seemed to have escalated, based off how me I understand, to a point where this relationship between Sandals and Antigua could not have continued the way how Sandals is moving. You understand? For them to attempt, it's like a mafia style. You want to squeeze your balls and push you into a contract or an agreement that does not favor the people of Antigua. It doesn't favor the economy of Antigua, as a matter of fact. What it would do is favor Sandals' pocket at the time more than anything else. So, me just want to go an insight as to this story was so interesting. I wanted to pay attention to Jamaica in this same light and try to understand and look and investigate and open mind to possibilities of similar things that is going on in Jamaica right now with these corporations, these hotels, right? I don't know if the this present government is trying to fight these corporations or standing in solidarity with the people against the corporations for the best interest of the people, or the government is more, they will play ball, so to speak, because the amount of corruption we are going on in Jamaica. It is, in my estimate, I would believe that the government would be more, more easier for manipulate than this Antiguan government right there. So, but let's continue. Let me just go back about 30 seconds or so. Very interesting. Very interesting.
2 dozen times. I mean, when I heard that Sandals going to close for 5 months, I'm like, no, we have to intervene. So Speaker even sent a text on that very Saturday. And this is what the text says. And people must understand the context. They can spin all they want, but they can't manufacture their own facts. The text says here, Mr. Speaker, it's still on my phone. Anybody can verify it. In fact, I forwarded it to my colleagues in our chat room. It says here, dear sir, or Excellency, this is Gaston Brown here. I need to speak to you urgently about your reconsidering the decision to close Sandals for 5 months. As you're aware, this will create significant hardships on the employees and is therefore totally unacceptable. My government is willing to work with you to avert this closure in the interest of all stakeholders, especially the employees. I can be reached at 268-464-1500. Looking forward to hearing from you soon. Yours truly, Honorable Gaston Brown, Prime Minister. This is the Saturday after the Friday when he sent the letter. I don't remember the dates, but you can figure it out. Mr. Speaker, up to this day, Mr. Gordon Bush Stewart has not extended a courtesy of a phone call up to today.
Wow.
Then we recognize, Mr. Speaker,
wow,
that he was in discussions with the union. So, the Antigua Workers Union and the opposition, exactly. So, we recognize, Mr. Speaker, that they had information that we did not have. So, we then decided to summon them to come to cabinet so we could understand what's going on. We noticed that they would not respond to our interventions. I even had the Minister of Tourism, the Honorable Asset Michael, the member for St. Peter, intervene. When he called the management here, it would appear that they didn't know what's going on. They're like headless chicken. They could not give him any explanation as to what was happening.
Wow.
Now, if this was a planned closure, they ought to have known and should have been in a position to give the minister an explanation. All they said to him, they're going to have to get back to him, they have to get further information. And we noticed, Mr. Speaker, all about Thames failed. I had Brian Gonsalves call Mr. Gordon Butchart no less than a dozen times, Mr. Speaker. And again, he refused to speak to him. Then a few days later, he eventually got him. And then even Minister Michael got him, Mr. Speaker. And he said to Minister Michael, well, if you all want to close for 5 months, tell me what you're all offering. You're joking. And Minister Michael can confirm that the Honorable Gordon Butchart said to my Minister of Tourism, having inquired about the 5 months closure, he said, if you don't want me to close for 5 months, tell me what you're all offering.
Want to hear that? If you don't want me to close for 5 months, what are you offering? Yo, a gangster type of blur, nothing them a mafia thing them other people. I want to know say a mafia type of vibes this you know. Remember, Antigua is a small country. Imagine if these gentlemen didn't have, you know, the Prime Minister at the time and his cabinet didn't have any integrity and them never stand strong. Me I try go know an example of what politicians face being a politician. You understand what I say? And how much them have to have a certain level of code of conduct, like the code of conduct with Andrew Owners they not sign. Them have to have a certain level of integrity. Right? That's why the IC report, you know, is so damning to Andrew Owners' reputation, you know. Because no matter what you want to say, you can't answer the report, you know. If you're truly reading and you're being very, very fair, ladies and gentlemen, the man have a brethren, a business partner working in the office of the Prime Minister in an area where they are also business partners, real estate and real estate planning. Allegedly, that man, that is his business partner, is one of the directors or chairmen in 2 of those entities that operate, those ministries, those bodies that operate in giving out contracts and so forth. This was all detailed allegedly in the IC report. So when you see something like that the man have him bridging and working an officer of Prime Minister, in business partner, doing the same business in that area that they both are involved in, you know, say, the integrity, they're questionable. What else won't he do? Because it's one thing for you to have the ability to do something, you know. But you know what the integrity does? Your integrity is a firewall to say, listen, this is not the way how we should be operating. Although we have the ability to do so, this don't look good. We can't do it that way, yeah. We cannot do it this way. Elena Serrati, I wonder if that is one of the ways that Andrew get his wealth. Can declare his asset. It is possible, who knows? Hey, we can't wait for December 6 now. How much day left? 15 days left before December 6, people. No countdown. 2 weeks from now. Don't forget, you know. Don't forget. Yes, we want to hear the ruling. And hey, you judge them. Wanna do the right thing and the righteous thing here? Remember good.
Minister called me back in a panic. Said to him, don't panic. Said to him, stand firm. Because at the end of the day, the exploiters, they normally don't last for long. Their victims normally triumph. So don't worry. Anyway, we called in the Sandals team, Mr. Speaker, 2 Wednesdays ago. They came evidently to do a patch job. When we asked them, for example, to share the plans with us, there were no plans. They presented to us schematics of other properties throughout the region as to what they intended to do at Sandals for maintenance. Where they said that there were structural things to do, Mr. Speaker, like the rebuilding of the Kimona restaurant, up to today, no plans have been filed at DCA. And they could not have presented any plans to the cabinet. We said to them, well, okay, how much is it going to cost? They said they didn't know. Then we said to them, look, with the type of impact here, you don't think that at least you should have had a discussion with the government so we could at least manage the situation? You know what they said to us, Mr. Speaker? They said, this is private property, we don't have to talk to you.
Wow.
My colleagues here could confirm that.
Wow.
I'm talking about in a cabinet, you know, that you have some individuals who are not even natives of this country. All of them live external to Antigua and Barbuda, except the general manager who came into my cabinet, disrespected my members, and told us that he don't have to tell us anything.
Wow.
Can you imagine that?
Wow.
Again, Mr. Speaker, we had humble pie. Said to them, you know what? We want the time reduced so that it does not go beyond December. We said to them, 3 months is not acceptable, but based on the presentation, they said that it was impossible to do the maintenance in less than 3 months. We were not happy. We said to them, make sure it does not go over or spill over into 2018. We even said to them that, look, we would like to do a joint press release to show that there's full cooperation between the government of Antigua and Barbuda and Sandals. Mr. Speaker, they refused. Next day, and to show you the malevolence, next day, there was a press release stating that they wrote to the union and they agreed to reduce the time. And at the behest of the union, when, Mr. Speaker, it is yours truly who would have made the first to show you the malevolence. Next day, there was a press release stating that they wrote to the union and they agreed to reduce the time from 5 months down to 3 months. And at the behest of the union, when, Mr. Speaker, it is yours truly who would have made the first intervention for them to reduce the time. I just quoted what I said in a letter on the Saturday after we got the letter saying that they're going to close. So what they did, Mr. Speaker, is that they sought to give the union the credit. And we recognized thereafter that there was clear collusion. And I want to say to workers in this country, especially the hotel workers, I'm speaking specifically to the hotel workers, you need to take steps today to protect your own interests because the representation has been found wanting.
I want to say this to the Jamaican hotel workers. You need to take steps to protect your interests because the representation has been found wanting. Remember good.
The numbers to form yourselves into your own trade union movement. And I want to recommend that the hotel workers, their shop stewards and others, that they form themselves into the Antigua and Barbuda Hotel Workers Association or union. And if they need assistance from my government, financial assistance from my government to do so, I am pledging support on behalf of the government of Antigua and Barbuda. Speaker,
Hey, uno see real leadership? Jamaica, uno fi demand more from uno leaders them. Right? If them really want things to change, these are the type of things that them are gonna do. Listen to this man.
We must have representation to ensure that the staff in this country are adequately trained, to ensure that there is a succession plan so that Antiguans and Barbudans can control the top echelons of Sandals. So, Speaker, let me share some information with this nation.
And that is important when you just say a while ago. Him say the people need to be well trained to control the top echelon of Sandals. Now, I don't know, well, most people should watch the video, but Andre Stevenson had a brother from the hotel on. And him say one of the big problems where them have is what? The people that is at the top in these companies is never the native people. It's always people from overseas. So they get all these concessions. These hotels get all these concessions. Again, this is not just about Sandals, ladies and gentlemen. This particular story is talking about Sandals, but this issue goes beyond Sandals. I want you to pay attention to what I am saying. See? So you have these companies where get all these concessions. The money don't stay in the country. They not pay as much tax as they should be paying. All of these things. They might get tax cuts for all type of something. Importation of goods, all type of thing. See? And yo, let me show you something because I tell you say, let me play the audio and let me show you. Because I read one article, you know. And it sparked me for me not even listen to this audio, the article I'm really reading and I just remember say me not showing the article yet. Don't listen, hold on.
No, hold on. I'm not going to overdo it. But they must know what is happening in the industry. So, Speaker, there are many things that we could say, but what we say here is measured. Because the intent is to not to have an acrimonious relationship. But there has to be some adjustments going forward in the interest of workers. And this is also a form of public education. So, Mr. Speaker, let me give you an idea. Within the management of Sandals, Mr. Speaker, and you tell me if this is equitable. You tell me if there's parity when it comes to the locals, the indigenous Antiguans and Barbudans. The management staff who make more than $10,000 a month, and by the way, remember what I just said to you. The senior management of Sandals comprises of all expatriates. All. Not one Antiguan came to the cabinet to speak about the closure. They were all expatriates. Now I can understand, Mr. Speaker, that an investor may want someone from his home country to be his general manager, someone to deal with the money, his financial control, etc. But you can have a situation where you have all of them come from overseas. I come into that soon. Now, Mr. Speaker, this does not even include the top management. There's a show most of them making over $20,000 a month. But the middle management, Mr. Speaker, you have 33 individuals. And guess how many of them Antigans? Anyone you take a guess? 2. 1.
Wow.
2 Antigans. With 33 middle management staff at Sandals. And 2 Antigans.
Wow. Before we get into those statistics, ladies and gentlemen, here's the article. See, this is says Antigua government denies Sandals' request to import private vehicles for guests. One knows the Sandals have them fleet, though. Good. It says Prime Minister Gaston Brown, him still is the Prime Minister, thank God, has confirmed that the government has denied a request from Sandals Resort International to import its own fleet of luxury vehicles for guest transportation. The hotel chain requested concessions on the imports, which the cabinet declined. He told Point FM, I guess that's a radio station, that the resort chain's approach as greedy, describing the request as an attempt to monopolize profits within Antigua's tourism industry at the expense of the local businesses. My God, this man. Yo, we can't get him as a Prime Minister of Jamaica. Hey, we can't switch Prime Minister. Jesus Christ, what a Prime Minister. You know what I'm saying? They want everything, Brown said. What room is left for the taxi drivers them now at the airport? So they want to benefit in everything. The Prime Minister explained that the government rejected Sanders' request to protect the livelihood of the local taxi drivers them who rely heavily on providing airport transfers to tourists. What you say? Eh? The request from Sandals, Brown suggested, forms part of a broader pattern of practices that prioritize corporate gain over local economic participation. Hey, talk to me, the man. What you say? What you say? Yeah? Ladies and gentlemen, what can go so? You know see this? Eh? He has previously accused the company of treating Antigua as a plantation backside.
Something not right, my wisdom warriors. Something is not right. Tell about them.
Bangarang. Wanna see that? The man said.
Embarrassing. He needs some milk.
Sandals, me think said this was an issue in the past, but on November 10, this, 2024, 11 days ago, this, he has previously accused the company of treating Antigua as a plantation with colonial practices, emphasizing that the Antigua and Bermuda tourism economy must remain inclusive and beneficial to the wider community. Hey, me like that brother, bro. The Prime Minister signaled that the government would not yield to Sanders' requests or allow practices that could threaten local businesses. Yo, salute me, General. Hey, yo, the article a bomb. This article a bomb. November 10, 2024. See the date there, people? See the date there? November 10, 2024. Alright. Jesus Christ. What can go so? What can go exactly? Empress 13. Jamaica. Learn. Learn. Him tell them so to pack them bags and go. Or do the right thing. Let's continue. I love this. I literally love this. We love to see leader turn up for them people. My God.
1, 2. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't stop there. Supervisors who are making about $7,500 a month, you have 50 of them. And Antiguans and Barbudans, 15. 1, 5. Where you get some parity, Mr. Speaker, is at the lower end, for the gardeners, the butlers, the maids, the waitresses, etc. And the parity is almost 1 to 1. Now, let me make a point here too, that we have a number of immigrants in this country. So at the lower echelons, it is not unlikely that you will have a number of immigrants who may not be citizens, who live here, who would have been employed and would be beneficiaries of work permits. So this is not an issue about immigrants. We're not trying to promote any form of parochial politics or political tribalism. The point we're making here, Mr. Speaker, is that we cannot be training all these people. I believe we had about 1,200 people on scholarship last year, spending $25 million a year, and that they can't find a work in this country when they come back home. That is self-defeating. We have individuals who are studying management, hotel management, accounting, and they can't get any work here. So you know what is happening, Mr. Speaker? After we spend all these millions of dollars educating them, tens of millions collectively over maybe a 3-4 year period, they come back to the country, they can't find any work, and then they have to leave. So it is an issue of underdevelopment, a brain drain, in which the hotels that ordinarily who should be helping to create space for our graduates, they are filling those positions with expatriates to the detriment of our people.
Jamaica, I see him thing happen to the teacher them in Jamaica, you know. You hear the man talk about the brain drain, and the same thing happen in Jamaica. Want to pay attention.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasize that we understand that certain senior positions that they may not necessarily have the skills and experience. And it is not all the hotels who operate in that way. In fact, I want to say that Rob Barrett in particular has empowered a number of Antiguans and Barbudans. But what we are seeing, Mr. Speaker, is a retrograde step. So that 10 years ago, you had many black Antiguans in senior management positions. You had, for example, about 2 or 3 managers coming out of Jolly Beach, Ted Isaac, Gentleman Jeffrey, I think he's now with Rob Barrett. Brennan Jeffers, yeah. Mr. P, who is now retired. Sonny from Cedar Grove. So, Speaker, we can hardly find an Antigua now in senior management in the hotel industry.
Wow.
So, I am saying now that as a government, we have to address these issues. We're not trying to be punitive. We're not trying to create a toxic investment environment. But we have to live up to our governance responsibilities and to do so without fear or favor. This is about the development of the country. We are pursuing a developmental model. When we build, for example, middle-income homes, Mr. Speaker, that ordinarily should retail for about $400,000, and we're selling them for just over $200,000 in order to empower people, to uplift them, to ensure that there's social transformation in this country, and we would have ensured that the pricing or the mortgage payment is about $1,300 a month, Mr. Speaker, and you have workers who can't afford it, then what's the point? $1,300 a month mortgage, and you work in a hotel making $1,400 a month, how are you going to afford to make that simple payment? And then when you would have served 10, 20, 30 years, there are no retirement benefits. I am saying that model is exploitative. And by the way, no, it is not exclusive to Antigua and Barbuda. And I will be raising this issue at...
You hear what man said a while ago? The model of exploiting the citizens of the country through this medium of tourism is not exclusive to Antigua and Barbuda. Jamaica, they've been doing the same thing to we. More to pay attention to what the man has said. They are doing the same thing to us. Pay attention.
Come. Because what is happening, Mr. Speaker? In fact, one not too smart prime minister said to me recently, I don't think he was really talking to me. He said so probably in jest, but I took him seriously and I ignored him. He said to me, I don't care what they say, I have my sandals. So in other words, doesn't matter that his people are exploited. All he wants to know, he has the standards in his country. Well, I am saying here, this argument is not exclusive to Antigua and Barbuda. It has to become a regional discussion about protecting the Caribbean people from exploitation. About
hey, make that money president I Caribbean. Yo, me advocate for that brother to be president of Caribbean. And hear what the man say a while ago? This needs to be a regional, I agree with him. This needs to be a regional conversation and ending the exploitation of the native people in the islands, in the Caribbean. It needs to stop. There need to be prison time. There need to be monetary sanctions by law. If them deemed, if them are trying to cipher taxes and don't want to pay them taxes, anything like fraud and them something with them guilty of these investors. Here we go. Am I back? It's been dead for the last 8-10 hours. But I'm back. We're gonna continue. All right. And I'm gonna continue where I left off because we was getting somewhere. I'm live. I am live. Miss E.R. Ballhead Wayne, thank you so much for the donation, my brother. I just want to say that out loud. Appreciate you. Roslyn Swaby, salute. Hey, and big salute to the people that stayed. I mean, there was like 50 people that was there like for the whole time. They did not move. I'm talking about, y'all is the real MVPs, man. Hey, man. Hey, big salute to y'all, man. You hear me? Big salute to you guys, okay? Man, oh, man. Y'all the real MVPs, boy. Trust me. So let me find out where I left off on this thing. I'm gonna go on my own live stream and find out where I dropped off. And thank you to everybody that hit the like button. Thank you to the people that participated in the poll. So the poll says, did Nigel Clark build, maintain, or destroy the Jamaican economy? 7% said he did. 5% said no, he maintained it. And a whopping 88% said he absolutely destroyed it. Shout out to the people that voted. Salute to the people that voted. Hear it. Oh, Lord. Salute to the people that voted. Y'all must hear it. I stop hearing it.
So wait a minute. So am I back now? We good now? So am I back now? Oh yeah. We good. We are good. We are very good. For the people of Antigua.
So them stand firm. Because at the end of the day, the exploiters.
Ladies and gentlemen, this particular story requests to protect the livelihood of the
counting. And we can't get any work here. So you know what is happening, Mr. Speaker? After we spend all these millions of dollars educating them, tens of millions collectively over maybe a 3-4 year period, they come back to the country, they can't find any work, and then they have to leave. So it is an issue of order development, a brain drain, in which the hotels that ordinarily who should be helping to create space for our graduates, they are filling those positions with expatriates to the detriment of our people.
Jamaica, I same thing happen to the teacher them in Jamaica, you know. You hear the man talk about the brain drain, and the same thing happen in Jamaica. Want to pay attention.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasize that we understand that certain senior positions that they may not necessarily have the skills and experience. And it is not all the hotels who operate in that way. In fact, I want to say that Rob Barrett in particular has empowered a number of Antiguans and Barbudans. But what we're seeing, Mr. Speaker, is a retrograde step. So that 10 years ago, you had many black Antiguans in senior management positions. You had, for example, about 2 or 3 managers coming out of Jolly Beach, Ted Isaac, Gentleman Jeffrey, I think he's now with Rob Barrett. Brennan Jeffers, yeah. Mr. P, who is now retired. Sonny from Cedar Grove. So, Speaker, we can hardly find an Antigua now in senior management in the hotel industry.
Wow.
So, I am saying now that as a government, we have to address these issues. We're not trying to be punitive. We're not trying to create a toxic investment environment. But we have to live up to our governance responsibilities. And to do so without fear or favor. This is about the development of the country. We are pursuing a developmental model. When we build, for example, middle-income homes, Mr. Speaker, that ordinarily should retail for about $400,000, and we're selling them for just over $200,000 in order to empower people to uplift them, to ensure that there's social transformation in this country, and we will ensure that the pricing or the mortgage payment is about $1,300 a month, Mr. Speaker, and you have workers who can't afford it, then what's the point? $1,300 a month mortgage, and you work in a hotel making $1,400 a month, how are you going to afford to make that simple payment?
Oh, you're going to afford it.
And then when you would have served 10, 20, 30 years, there are no retirement benefits. I am saying that model is exploitative. And by the way, no, it is not exclusive to Antigua and Barbuda. And I will be raising this issue at...
This is the part where they cut me off. Of exploiting. Right around there, I got cut off. So I'm going to find that part in the video.
It's not just about Antigua and Barbuda. Now, Mr. Speaker.
Go back.
To understand that this issue has regional implications. It's not just about...
Alright, this is very much key. So I'm going to go back. Alright, I'm going to take off this overlay because the internet is actually working now. Come on in, ladies and gentlemen. Come on in. It's your brother Bolo V&R, and I'm back. I am back, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to the people that was waiting. Wow. Man, y'all show some level of loyalty, boy. I'm trying to tell you, man. Salute to y'all, man, that was still waiting. What I'm doing right now, I'm sending out the link again to let people know that I'm back. Okay. I am live right now. Continuing this morning's live stream. Tell everybody. Tell everybody. All right.
Like, comment, share, and subscribe. Like, comment, share, and subscribe, man. Let me go back a little bit and play this. This man was speaking the gospel, man. He was speaking the gospel.
Last year, spending $25 million a year, and that they can't find a work in this country when they come back home. That is self-defeating. We have individuals who are studying management, hotel management, accounting, and they can't get any work here. So you know what is happening, Mr. Speaker? After we spend all these millions of dollars educating them, tens of millions collectively over maybe a 3-4 year period, they come back to the country, they can't find any work, and then they have to leave. So it is an issue of underdevelopment, a brain drain, in which the hotels that ordinarily who should be helping to create space for our graduates, they are filling those positions with expatriates to the detriment of our people. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasize that we understand that certain senior positions that they may not necessarily have the skills and experience. And it is not all the hotels who operate in that way. In fact, I want to say that Rob Barrett in particular has empowered a number of Antiguans and Barbudans. But what we have seen, Mr. Speaker, is a retrograde step. So that 10 years ago, you had many black Antiguans in senior management positions. You had, for example, about 2 or 3 managers coming out of Jolly Beach, Ted Isaac, gentleman Jeffrey, I think he's now with Rob Barrett. Vernon Jeffers, yeah. Mr. P, who is now retired. Sonny from Cedar Grove. Mr. Speaker, we can hardly find an Antiguan now in senior management in the hotel industry.
Listen to this.
So, I am saying now that as a government, we have to address these issues. We're not trying to be punitive. We're not trying to create a toxic investment environment. But we have to live up to our governance responsibilities. And to do so without fear or favor. This is about the development of the country. We are pursuing a developmental model. When we build, for example, middle-income homes, Mr. Speaker, that ordinarily should retail for about $400,000, and we're selling for just over $200,000 in order to empower people to uplift them, to ensure that there's social transformation in this country, and we would have ensured that the pricing or the mortgage payment is about $1,300 a month, Mr. Speaker, and you have workers who can't afford it, then what's the point?
What's the point?
$1,300 a month mortgage, and you work in a hotel making $1,400 a month, how are you going to afford to make that simple payment? And then when you would have served 10, 20, 30 years, there are no retirement benefits. I am saying that model is exploitative. And by the way, no, it is not exclusive to Antigua and Barbuda. And I will be raising this issue at CARICOM. Because what is happening, Mr. Speaker, in fact, one not too smart prime minister said to me recently, I don't think he was really talking to me. He said so probably in jest, but I took him seriously and I ignored him. He said to me, I don't care what they say, I have my sandals. So in other words, doesn't matter that his people are exploited.
You hear that?
All he wants to know, he has the standards in his country. Well, I am saying here, this argument is not exclusive to Antigua and Barbuda. It has to become a regional discussion.
Thank you.
About protecting the Caribbean people from exploitation.
Yes.
About ensuring that as leaders, that we protect Caribbeaners. Because you see, Mr. Speaker, if it's not a collective effort among CARICOM countries, then you're going to have underdevelopment in certain countries. And because they have the right to move, especially within the OECS, they have the right to work here, to live and work here, then you know what's going to happen, Mr. Speaker? They're going to flood Antigua and Barbuda. And then we will never be able to resolve our economic problems. You're going to have issues of pressure on your schools and your hospital. So I am saying here, it has to become an urgent regional discussion.
Right.
And to ensure that there's some level of harmonization of investments, so that an investor cannot come to Antigua and Barbuda, behave like a bandit, hold a gun at our heads and say, if you don't give me this, I lock down my hotel. Or, if you don't give me these concessions, I take my hotel to another country.
Exactly. So you see, what this man is he's so absolutely right, ladies and gentlemen. He's so right. Because that's literally what the allegations are. And I'm just going to say allegations, you know, just to be safe. This is what he was putting his evidence into Parliament about Sandals. Again, this is not really about Sandals per se, no, but what he's saying that Sandals did in Antigua is not exclusive to Sandals. That's what these corporations do. That's the point. And the man is saying for us to protect our citizens in the Caribbean, all the Caribbean have to have similar policy to protect the people from this exploitation, right? We have to have the policies in place that no matter who comes into as members of the government, they cannot extend a helping hand to these corporations to actually exploit the people for their own personal gain. And I think that is noble. I think that is noble, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, very much so. That's exactly what needs to happen, because it is an issue for the entire Caribbean. It's not just an issue for one Caribbean country. It's happening all over. And like you just explained, you know, all them do, threaten you, move to our next country. So if this other... I'm going to tell you one perfect example of this. This is like at the taxi service. You go in the street and the drivers, them not united, right? Drivers, them not united, right? And you go to one driver and you say, how much we carry me down here, sir? And that driver say, you know, say, a such amount of money though. And the other driver hear him and tell him, say, a such amount of money, which in at the real standard price we actually go to the spot, right? And then that driver say, no man, you know, so me give you one lower amount of money if you go there though. That is the problem, guys. That is the problem. Right? So one country standing on business and protecting them citizens, while the other country is allowing, right, these people to exploit the citizen. This is the issue. So what the man is saying is we need all the Caribbean countries them to come together and make sure that they stand on business. And I totally agree. 100%. Yes.
As to don't do this, I lock down my hotel. Or, if you don't give me these concessions, I take my hotel to another country. There has to be some level of harmonization of concessions to prevent exploitation within the region. And I expect that what we are doing here in Antigua and Barbuda, that the other countries will follow. So I want Antiguans and Barbudans, and especially the members of this Honorable House, to understand that this issue has regional implications. It's not just about Antigua and Barbuda. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me speak specifically to what the bill says. Well, you better believe that everything I said was relevant. I see the member for St. John's Rural West chuckling.
That's why he's there.
Mr. Speaker,
He chuckles a lot. He's over there.
the bill seeks to require a proprietor of a hotel with a 3% or more of the total room occupancy or stock in Antigua and Barbuda to give 60 days notice in writing to the government and such stakeholders as trade unions, hotel management and staff, if he intends to close down temporarily for 2 months or more in a year, or to suspend business activities for a period of 2 months or more for reasons other than development to expand the hotel, low occupancy, force majeure, which includes man-made disasters. It also says, Mr. Speaker, that the notice period is followed by consultation between the proprietor and the stakeholders for the purpose of discussing the issues arising out of the temporary close down. And the reason why this is in here is because the Sandals management had the audacity of telling my cabinet that they don't have to talk to us because it's their property. Whose land? Whose country? Whose beach? Whose staff? Whose concessions?
Hello.
With their forwardness.
Hello.
And when we see these threats, we have an obligation to mitigate against them.
Thank you.
That is why we are here today.
That is
to
it.
mitigate against those threats.
Yes.
So, Speaker, the bill authorizes the minister to suspend any concessions granted to a hotel under the Investment Authority Act or any other enactment if a proprietor fails to comply with the provision of the new section. For the purpose of achieving the objective of the bill, the Investment Authority Act is amended by inserting Section 22A immediately after Section 22. This new Section 22A requires a proprietor to fulfill the responsibilities attached to the grant of the concessions, as including the employment and training of Antiguans and Barbudans, and the prescribed condition of giving stakeholders such as the government, the trade unions, and staff of the hotel a 60 days notice followed by consultation before the temporary close down. A suspension of all concessions granted under the Investment Authority Act and any other enactment is imposed as a penalty for non-compliance with the prescribed conditions. Now I want to show you how decent hoteliers operate. A few months ago, Mr. Speaker, I got a call from one Anique Goodwin, Miss Anique Goodwin at the Curtain Bluff Hotel. And she invited me to lunch. There I met Mrs. Holford and what the general manager name? Rob Sherman. I was not even aware why they wanted to meet me and to have lunch with me. Anyway, I went and they said to me, look, Prime Minister, we intend to close the hotel for several months because we will be doing a $13 million investment and expansion, and we want to give your government notice. We want to give the cabinet notice. Exactly. We had lunch. It was not good news in terms of the closure, but good news in terms of the expansion. They said to me, we want the government of Antigua and Barbuda to support us with concessions and importation of all of the building material, equipment, etc. And we also would like to have corporate tax-free concessions on the new investment. So, Speaker, we said to them, no problem. The Honorable Minister of Tourism, he too was notified. He brought the proposal to Cabinet. We approved the proposal. When they got the initial Cabinet decision, they said, look, we didn't get enough concessions. And based on the act that you have there, we should get more. And they challenged us. And you know what we did, Mr. Speaker? We gave them more. So we are not hostile to investors, but we want investors to treat us fairly. That is how good hoteliers operate. And this is not new. This has been an industry practice for many years, for decades. So how come all of a sudden, in this 21st century, this enlightened era, that you have the management of Sandals saying to my cabinet that they don't have to talk to us? We're now making it mandatory by law. You must talk to us, you have no choice. But not only us, you must talk to other stakeholders. You must talk to the staff. You must talk to the union. You must talk to the management. So even the management, we're also ensuring will be included in the discussions, because we recognize that when Minister Michael, a member of St. Peter, spoke to the management, they were clueless. And I want to tell you, colleagues, that this was an irrational decision that was made by Gordon Bootstrode in his persona that has come back to haunt the Sandals brand. He has damaged the Sandals brand. I hope not irrevocably, because ultimately we will suffer as well. I hope that you'll be able to recover. And I noticed too, Mr. Speaker, that within the last 2 days, there are a couple of articles popping up in different publications suggesting that they are being commended for their actions, commended for irresponsible actions. They're also suggesting too that the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda was wrong in his assessment that it was an act of hostility and a play for concessions. I am not asking, I'm telling you, I'm telling the nation, I'm telling the world. It was an act of hostility and a play for concessions, additional concessions. I gave you the background as to what happened. I would have said to you exactly what was discussed. And I will ask any right-thinking Antiguan or Barbudan or anybody, haven't heard me, to conclude otherwise. I am not here to go and fabricate misinformation to damage anybody's brand. You damage the Sandals brand, you also damage the Antiguan brand. And one of the reasons why we're here today as well, Mr. Speaker, is to protect brand Antigua, because that too has been damaged, the brand. So part of this 2.5% levy that we collect for marketing, we will have to do some brand damage control. In fact, we said to the Minister of Tourism, perhaps he ought to offer maybe free accommodation at the expense of the government for a couple of the brides and bridegrooms who have been displaced at our cost, so they would know that this government consider them as stakeholders too, and we understand their pain. So, Speaker, this matter has been a global issue. You would have seen in international publications, the United Kingdom, the United States, and CBS, and others. The Times in the UK, you'd have seen a number of people speaking, well, brides and grooms, speaking about the destruction of their planned honeymoon. In some instances, their planned marriage. So clearly, some brand Antigua damage would have been done, and the Minister of Tourism and the Tourism Authority, they will do some cleaning up. Now, Mr. Speaker, to speak specifically to the actual wording within the bill, under 22A, which is new, it speaks to notice of intention to close down temporarily, a new section that has been inserted in this bill, which will become an act. Under subsection 1, it says, for the purpose of this act, it is an obligation of every investor who is the owner or proprietor of a hotel or group of hotels to fulfill such responsibilities as are applicable.
All right. So, just to wrap up this section right here, ladies and gentlemen, what the Prime Minister of Antigua is explaining, and just for full context, before I explain that, let me go back to the article that has real-time implications of issues that Antigua government is having with Sandals. All right, and shout out to the person that actually sent this article and this clip to me. Big shout out to you. Let us read for those who might be just coming in. It says Antigua government denies Sandals' request to import private vehicles for guests. Right? It says here that Prime Minister Gaston Brown has confirmed the government has denied a request from Sandals Resort International to import its own fleet of luxury vehicles for guest transportation. The hotel chain requested concessions to import to the concessions on the imports, which the government declined. He told Point FM that the resort chain approach as greedy and describes. Excuse me, guys. Let me just. Describing the request as an attempt to monopolize profit within Antigua's tourism industry as the expenses of local business at the expenses of local businesses. They want everything, Brown said. What room is left for the taxi drivers now at the airports? So they want to benefit in everything.
The Prime Minister explained that the government rejects Sanders' request to protect the livelihood of local taxi drivers who rely heavily on providing airport transfers to tourists. Right? Rightfully so. I agree with the Prime Minister. This request from Sanders Brown suggests forms part of a broader pattern of practices that prioritize corporate gain over local economic participation. He has previously accused the company of treating Antigua as a plantation with colonial practices, emphasizing that Antigua and Barbuda tourism economy must remain inclusive and beneficial to the wider community. The Prime Minister signaled that the government would not yield to Sanders' requests or allow practices that could threaten local businesses. Man, listen, I like this guy. I like this dude. Yep. I really like this guy, man. I really like this guy. I hope that you guys can hear me clearly. It's telling me that my signal is poor for whatever reason. I don't know how. I shouldn't be having any problems anymore. I've had all the problems today already. So I'm gonna come off of my back. And leave my page alone. Please and thank you very much. Yeah, just leave my page alone. Please. Leave my page alone. Leave me alone. Come off of my back. I've had enough all day, man. From yesterday, 2 days now of this. I'm gonna come off of my back, brother. Come off of my back. Watch that. But anyway, let me just wrap this part up because I have another long session to continue on. Told you guys this live stream would be a marathon, and I haven't gotten to the main event as yet. It's unfortunate that what looks to be a sabotage has taken place. It might not be a sabotage, but I mean the timing is just incredible. The timing is just incredible, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely incredible. Now, what happened with Sanders in Antigua years ago? Sanders wanted certain concessions. They promised to have some expansion done. And after that discussion about expansion, as far as I gather from what the Prime Minister said, they wanted to be ensured certain concessions again. But when you look at the detail of concessions that Sanders has had in that country since their inception and involvement in business over there, you'll have to say that the government has treated them very kindly. And any well-thinking individual would come to the conclusion that they were being too greedy. Definitely being too greedy. And this is unfortunate, to the point where allegedly they decided to threaten to lock down their hotel for several months, which would affect every single individual that works there and their family and their economy. If you look at the country of Antigua, all you have to do is go and look at a map. It's a very small country. Obviously, it depends heavily on its tourism. So what is happening here in this situation is that you have a very strong Prime Minister of great character that is standing up for the people of Antigua against this cooperation. And that is my opinion based off what I've heard. So he's standing against the cooperation, protecting the interest of the people. Obviously, the cooperation in this case, based off the story, wants their own way. But this is what we should expect from our leaders. And I'm speaking to my Jamaican people right now. This is what we should want from our leaders. This is what we should expect from our leaders. Nothing less. Right? Because anything less is going to lead to the exploitation of the people. Look at the position that they're in. Right, I'm going to use a word that Marky G like. This is an untenable situation, right? It is an untenable situation that they find themselves in, that one of their major hoteliers, because they didn't get their way, which the government deemed to be, unfair. They have allegedly decided to shut down their company for several months. And then when the Minister of Tourism spoke to them, or tried to speak to them, say, yo, you guys can't talk to us. This is private property. Can you imagine? You're in the land of Antigua that was granted to you by the government of Antigua to build a hotel, and then you're going to talk to the persons that govern the land on behalf of the people and tell them that your property is private. Yo, the audacity, the gall of these people, right? So, I guess when you start to make a certain amount of money and you can allegedly swing your money around and control people that are licky and greedy in government, you feel like you have certain power. But then when you buck up in a man of integrity that doesn't care about your money, right? That's operating like a man that how a man should operate, especially in leadership power, then dog damn, you're a supper with your money that you're trying to throw around to bribe people allegedly. You get me? So this is beautiful, and I hope that when I put these clips together and post it by itself, I hope that the Jamaican people really take this lesson on, this example that I've disseminated in my best capacity to you. We have to, as the Jamaican people, demand. We have to work for ourselves, ladies and gentlemen, to put the things in place to ensure that we are not exploited. And we must demand that the government aid us in this plan to protect ourselves from exploitation. And if we realize that they are unwilling, that they are dragging their feet, so to speak, in helping us with that particular mission, then we should do the right thing in the polling stations when election come and make sure that they never see office ever again, because that is your enemy. You understand? If the government is not protecting your interest, they are your enemy. They are an enemy to the people, and that's facts. All right? So remember to like, share, and subscribe, ladies and gentlemen. Again, this is not about Sanders per se, but the example of this story definitely resonates with a lot of what is going on in the Caribbean and around the world in areas of tourism with these corporations. So let me know what you think in the comment section, all right? Yeah. All right, on to the next topic. On to the next topic, ladies and gentlemen. Pastor Shuttleworth. Man, they have been trying to stop this for 2 days now, man. 2 whole days. They have been trying to stop. I haven't even gotten to listen to this article as yet. That's how bad it is, yo. I haven't even been able to listen to it. My internet has been dead. Yo, it's crazy, bro. It is insane what has happened. It is actually insane what has happened. And big shout out to Baldhead Wayne again, man, for he came and saw the live. It was buffering, and the broski still, supported the platform, left a donation. Big salute to Baldhead Wayne, man, for always supporting the platform. You feel me? Let me just make sure that my desktop audio is on point, because Shuttleworth, his audio on Facebook is not that
Chris, that's why I love to, go over his stuff and post them, because people can get a clearer, you can get a clearer thing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the long-awaited Apostle Pastor Jeffrey Shuttleworth Speaks. We're going to get into it, and a lot of people is waiting on my breakdown of this. I haven't heard it yet, so this is a raw reaction. So let's go. Let's get it. Let's go.
Yes, indeed, victory belongs to God in Jesus, the Christ, Son of the living God. Hallelujah. To God be the glory for the marvelous things he has done and continues to do in our lives. Good morning, Jamaica. Good morning, world. Good afternoon, good evening, whatever time of day it is in your neck of the woods. I greet you in the precious name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus the Christ, Son of the living God. I greet the Holy Spirit, through whom all this and more have been possible. 27 minutes past 7 is the time. And of course, today is Monday, the 18th of November, 2024. It is all
Monday. Today is Thursday. They've been blocking me from doing this for the last 48 hours. Man, oh man.
So the 17th of Keshvan, 5785. And the month of Keshvan is described as a bitter month. And so in the official quarters, Jewish quarters, the month is called Mar Keshvan. And Mar there means bad or bitter. That is why Naomi said to Ruth at a time when she was really going through the throes of changing fortunes, having lost her sons and all of that in quick succession, lost her husband before, and then her sons, and in quick succession, she became a very bitter woman. So she said, "Don't call me Naomi, call me Mara." So the root there, Mar, which means bad, it means bad, and the English word mar, that's the root from which it comes. So when something is marred, it has been spoiled or defiled or defaced, yes, damaged. So Mar Keshvan. But thanks be to God that, yes, it has been that experience of the people of Israel over the years. Some very bitter things happened during that time. And arguably top of the list, was the flood of Noah, which decimated the created order at the time. It caused absolute disaster. And one of the worst catastrophes in the history of the world at the time. And so that would have established or etched an indelible mark on the tablet of the hearts and lives of the people of God and the world at large, especially those who would have come to read or were told of that cataclysmic disaster of the flood. And we see that in this month of Keshvan, so much flooding has been taking place as well. It's amazing some of the areas that have suffered flooding, and it continues even today. The Hurricane Sarah, those who have been following, we haven't been speaking much about it since we prayed, making decrees and declarations as the Lord would have led us in a deliberate way last Oasis moment in terms of the Lord to build up a hedge around the nation. We knew based on the forecast that its behavior would be sort of strange, an anomaly in the sense that it, instead of moving as most of the others since the transatlantic hurricane season this year would have moved through, some quickly, others not so quickly, but moved, it kept going. But it settled in different areas and dumped many inches of rain on different areas. I'm sure time would allow us to get into the areas that were impacted, the different nations. But while Jamaica, with the exception of a few parishes, but the nation on the whole was not impacted in a major way by it. And instead of that path taking it even closer to us, the Lord extended grace, and so it didn't come as close as it should have. And when it settled in that area for a while, it still was not too close to us. So for the most part, although areas still got rain, but for the most part, we were not drenched as we should have. So again, there we have grace. But the point I'm making is that there have been so many incidents of flooding globally. It's just unusual. Yes, places that would not normally have had flooding, they're having flooding. So the water, persons would say water judgment. And as the Lord would have revealed, read those massive rainbows that we saw consecutively before this period, going to what is traditionally considered to be the end of the transatlantic hurricane season, November. We're seeing an uptick. And the word of the Lord is that we must never become complacent, never say it's the end of the season, because as was prophesied last year, that the times and the seasons are changing. Summer will flow into winter and winter into summer. So at times when you should have been having winter, you will find yourself having summer or summer-like condition. Yes, and those are the two stark, yes, more the two unique, yes, and more consequential of the season, so to speak. The others are important, spring, autumn as well. But the winter and summer, they tend to have an even greater impact because of the coldness and the hotness, the absence of light and the presence of light, that sort of thing. So at times when you would have been having summer-like conditions, you have winter. And at times when you would have winter-like conditions, you would be having summer-like condition. At times when traditionally it would be known as a period where there's no rain, you're going to have rain, and vice versa. So from months ago, the Lord would have spoken through his servants, the prophets, to alert us of the topsy-turvy nature of things. Yes, roller coaster, topsy-turvy nature of things. And so what is actually happening is that we can no longer be settled. We can no longer feel settled to say this is going to happen or this is not going to happen. And then to make things even more precipitous is the involvement now of the emissaries of Satan under the leadership of Satan, the inspiration of Satan, to interfere and to intervene. So already the Lord is allowing the earth, or the elements, the four elements of the created order, four elements of creation, water, air, fire, earth, to be speaking and to be telling, right? To speak and to tell. In some instances, to judge and to rebel against the rebellion of humanity, the disobedience of humanity. So God would have allowed that. But in the midst of it, Satan is also getting into the act. And we have been talking about the different ways that they have been doing it. So yes, it is already established that a hurricane is coming. Let's say it's coming to an area. Let's say the name of the area is Cotton Tree, right? Let's say there's an island called Cotton Tree, and it's already established. The Doppler radar, the satellite images, everything would have shown that the hurricane is going to hit Cotton Tree Island. Let's say there's an island called Cotton Tree Island. And now, because they have already prophesied, and remember, Satan also prophesied. That's why you have lying prophets. So they would have prophesied through the UN about global shocks. Yes, global shocks, phenomena never seen before, crises never seen before, global crises, global shocks. And as a result of these global shocks, these crises, then unprecedented steps will have to be taken to do what? To secure the welfare, the best welfare of humanity. Nothing could be further from the truth. So as they're doing that now, they use the disasters as a platform to say, okay, we're stepping in to help. We're stepping in to help those who have been disadvantaged, those who have been displaced, those who have been decimated. We're stepping in. But in stepping in, they're stepping in with a system that is not ultimately going to make the lives of people any better, but rather to make their lives worse as far as controlling them is concerned, among a host of other things. I'll mention a few very quickly. So what they're doing, so the hurricane normally maybe would have been a category 1, a cat 1 as they would say, but in intervening using technology, because they are now at that stage where Satan has tools that can cause a hurricane to become even more ferocious, more erratic. They do have those tools now, right? We mentioned the harp, for example. And
guys, this is very important. And just for safety purposes, we're gonna say it's alleged. Alright? That's what we're gonna do. And now my computer is giving problems again. Look at this. Of
course, the cuboid, right, or the ice cube. Yes, and the ice cube there is the one at the Antarctica, which is even more powerful than the harp. We did mention that in Freedom Come Talks, so I'm really not going to get into the details. So they can interfere, and then there's all.
Why is this happening?
Also the ionization, of the atmosphere. The common name is cloud seeding. Yes, so it is projected that there would be rain, and they see the rain coming in terms of the moisture and all of that. And they can also seed the cloud and make the rain even more difficult, devastating, dumping more moisture than originally it would have. So they can interfere with the created order in that way. So the point here being made is that Satan is also getting into the act and is muddying the water, making things even more precipitous, more disastrous, more calamitous through his emissaries. And the express intention is to bring humanity to a place where humanity look to science to protect them.
You see, this is why now I understand why this live stream was being blocked. Now I understand why this live stream was. Guys, share the live. I don't know how much people watching because I can't see the chat, you know. I don't know how much people watching because I can't see the chat right now. When I share the screen like this, I can't see it. But guys, share this with as many people as you possibly can. And share it directly to 25 people. Now I see why they did not want me to do this reaction. Because if you guys have been paying attention to the platform in the last 48 hours, I have shown and proven that they literally and deliberately has blocked. And see, even now, I've been sending out notifications and it seems they're still not getting them, but that will not deter me. I will definitely record this and post it. Understand? But let's continue.
Yes, they look to science to protect them. They will become fearful, right? Also, they use these phenomena to reduce human population, because when you have a weather system becoming erratic, becoming more ferocious, more calamitous, obviously more lives. It increases the likelihood of more fatalities, more deaths. So that's the way to depopulate the world. Then you think of other things, other ways that the emissaries of Satan are working. You think of food, contaminants in the food. It is very interesting, friends, and I would encourage you to do. Remember, we don't give medical advice on this platform, right? We share the word of God. We share with you what God is saying through his Holy Spirit. And then we encourage you to be prayerful each time you listen, test the spirit, do your own research, make your own decisions. Okay? So we're not giving you medical advice, but we would ask you, and I would ask you, as the Lord would have been speaking to me about a couple of things. The food, read your labels, the labels, pay attention to the labels. I was going to take a tube of toothpaste, but somehow I left it downstairs for whatever reason. I was going to take a tube of toothpaste. I would cover the brand, obviously, because we're not in any way advertising any particular brand or trying to show up any brand. But I was going to take a tube of toothpaste, covering the brand and all, but to show you that there are some things on products, and it doesn't have to be toothpaste. It can be a tin of beans, baked beans. It can be it can be a tin of mackerel. It can be a tin of sardine. It can be a sachet of flour, whatever, some commodity. You need to pay attention to the labels. Pay attention to the labels. One of the strategies we're seeing using, the enemy is using, is that he puts it right before you, but it's in fine print, or it is in coded language. Coded language. So coded language, so that if you don't research, the average person would not know it if you were not aware of certain things. So you will see it on the package, but it means nothing to you. You will see a symbol on the package and it means nothing to you. For example, we have toothpaste, and I'm using toothpaste now, where there are certain codes that are on it in terms of colors. At the tip, the bottom of the toothpaste, you may see black. There's just there's a dot that is there. You may see black, you may see red, you may see blue, or you may see green. Just at the bottom, so you have the top of the tube and you have the bottom of it. At the bottom of it, in the center of it, what you perhaps could call the tail. It looks like a fish tail, the edge of it. In the center of it, there's a color code, and I want you to start looking out for it. Those codes, there is black, there may be, so on, let's say this is the toothpaste, let's say this is it. So you're not going to see black and red at the tip. It's going to be either black, it can be red, it can be blue, or it can be green. Those codes, they have meanings. For example, the green means all natural. I'm not getting into all the details. Please do your research. Please do your research. So there are codes that they're using. There are different symbols, because what they're trying to do also is protect themselves, just in case it is said that it was not stated. The consumer was deceived or whatever it is. They have it right before you, but you have to read the fine print and also interpret the sign. So what's the moral of all of this? As the Holy Spirit spoke to me, I am now very early this morning. I think it was minutes past 2 in the morning. So I'm just sharing with you for what it's worth. As you shop, as you buy these different commodities, don't just buy for the sake of buying. It's better to go hungry sometimes than to buy something that is not in your best interest, that will jeopardize your health. Know what you're buying. Research the ingredients. If there's any ingredient that you're not sure of, go and research it. Call someone and ask them about it. Your eyes must be open, because there are many of us buying things that will hasten our demise, hasten our death. And the truth be told, we don't have to die at the age that many tend to die. The diseases, we do not have to suffer from them. But as a result of a number of the things we consume, and it's not just food, but it's also clothing. Last week, we mentioned the whole matter of clothing as well, how the clothing, right? The clothing that you wear can affect you. The things that you place on your skin in terms of the cosmetics, yes? Those cosmetics as well, the lotions, the perfume, cologne, all of them. Check these stuff. The hair extension also. Be very mindful of these things. Do not just run ahead and just buy these things because it's what is wearing now.
Guys, ladies, my lovely ladies, please pay attention.
It's in vogue, that sort of thing. Be judicious, be prayerful, because there are many of us as a result of that which we purchase for consumption, either wearing, imbibing, drinking, eating, or such alike, we end up living or experiencing diseases, sicknesses, medical conditions that could have been avoided. Be very prayerful. And also, lastly, if ever a time we need to pray more over what we eat and what we wear and what we apply to our bodies, if ever a time we need to, including the very medications that you will take from time to time, the vitamins, what you think, the multivitamins and all of that, if ever there's a time that we need to spend time to pray over these things before we consume them or use them, it is now, friends, because Satan is working overtime to destroy humanity, to depopulate the world. Word to the wise is sufficient. Wanted to do the roll call, at least a little semblance of it. Hopefully the link, I can locate it. Sometimes there's a little bit of challenge here. So I will just touch on that quickly, and then we will go over to our team members right away. Okay. So good morning to all of you who are on free to air, and those who are listening via Flow Channel 831. Those who are online, we are truly delighted to see all of you. Talita, Murphy, Emmett, Davis, and also good morning to producer Rosie Stennett, Melor Johnson, Hugh Williams as well, Dion Gordon Cespedes, Joan Cleon Freighter, Sandra Smichael, and well, Darren Lewis, Sister Boucher there in Port St. Lucie, Felicia Johnson, Shanique is also, all of you, to God be the glory. Sandra Lee as well. Good morning, Lady Jenny. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good morning to you, Apostle. Good morning to you, every single person. Good morning. The weeks are going so quickly. Days are going so.
Moving to Pastor.
You take us this morning in the classroom. Amen. Good morning. Good morning, Apostle. Good morning again to you. Over to you, Apostle.
Indeed. Thank you so much, woman of God. Indeed, to God be the glory. As we're going to be moving to Pastor Dr. Holdness. Good morning, woman of God. Welcome.
Good morning to you, Apostle Suarez. Good morning, world.
In the airspace, the Lord has been warning and warning and warning. Hallelujah. Thank you so much, woman of God. So we have quite a bit to be looking at. First up is to remind us that we have to continue to pray, read the judgment that continues upon Jamaica, because the shaking continues. And remember, it is not only the physical shaking, but there is the spiritual shaking. And invariably, the more spiritually you feel the shaking, is the more likely the physical shaking will come in terms of earthquake and other.
In terms of the shaking, it was this morning. I think it was this morning or yesterday in the evening. I woke up out of my nap, and I'm telling you, I felt a shake. And I was like, yo, you don't feel that? No, you must say when I dream. I said, no, I was not dreaming. My bed was doing the same thing it was doing the other day when there was a 6.8. So guys, start walk barefoot sometime test the ground and putting the hand down there, putting the ears down there, like what the native people them do back in the day, and feel the earth, and see if you don't feel the earth, I give small tremors. And then try to do your own research as to how often those tremors are coming. The earth is warning us. I'm telling you, listen.
Such occurrences, but one of the main things would be earthquakes. So there are still tremors being felt in the realm of the spirit. Yes, and these tremors continue. The Lord has been warning and warning and warning. And of course, the judgment comes in other ways as well. If your eyes are open, you will see same. We note the concern that some citizens have been sharing. We're not surprised by it, that in some areas across the island, as the rain continued, they are smelling a chemical smell, a pungent smell in certain areas, without calling the name of the areas. Yes, they are very concerned by the smell of the rain. Normally when it's raining, there is a freshness because the rain cleans the atmosphere. It recalibrates. Rain regenerates, right? It cleanses the atmosphere of pollution and all of that. And the water which comes from the firmament above, of course, because it depends on what's happening in the airspace, that will determine how clean the water is, so to speak, right? There are areas where the pollution is very heavy. You know that it impacts the quality of the rain water. You will tend to see it, those of you who harvest rain water, and I can speak about it because for years, my grandmother, for example, would have harvested rainwater. And so in that particular area where she lived versus where I would live, I would go where she lives for holidays, yes, summer holidays. And it's very interesting to note the difference between the rainwater that is
Velma, big up.
harvested there. Of course, I won't necessarily call the name of the area which it is, but in the hills. And that area in the hills would be away from vehicular traffic and so on, even though you may have vehicular traffic, but then the vegetation is so rich in that area. Yes, there are no factories and that sort of stuff there. So the air is usually clean and all of that. So the quality of the water that you get there, the rainwater is different than on the plains, you know, in where you have, you know, the urban area, even suburban areas and so on. Now I am in a better position to make the comparison because I do harvest quite a bit of rainwater for various purposes as well. And I can tell you the difference. So the point I'm making here, this is not anecdotal now, is that persons have been complaining about the smell. Normally, when it rains, you get a fresh smell that tends to come, yes, as it rains and so on. It cleanses the atmosphere. But we're getting quite a few complaints and concerns that they're smelling chemical in certain areas. Also, we have received reports from persons, because one of the things that is happening, friends, is that as the eyes of the people are open, they are able to identify things that they would not normally identify before. They are paying attention to details that they would not normally pay attention to. So the things that would pass them and occur unawares, yes, and they would be oblivious to, they are now taking note of them. And so in certain areas, they have been noticing certain activities in the atmosphere, yes, crafts and so on. And they have been sharing their observations with us. So I'm simply saying to people, the people of Jamaica and wherever else you are, open your eyes, be alert as to your environment, be mindful of what is taking place, and you pray accordingly. One of the things also is that you alert other intercessors. That's a part of the reason the Lord would have allowed us to lead persons into establishing covenant prayer groups. So you would call your covenant prayer groups and you would begin to pray, you would begin to cancel, because complaining is one thing, but that won't solve the problem. You have to come together in prayer to cancel, right? And to destroy the plots and plans of the enemy. And as you pray, the Lord will respond. He will respond by canceling, also by giving you instructions, by shifting things, etc. So that's something I have to share with you. Something is happening in the atmosphere, the rainfall, and we need to be mindful of same. Okay. In addition to that, the situation with the Ukraine-Russia war, that is escalating, and that is not good news. what we're seeing happening, friends, is that because the timestamp or the duration of the Biden administration is rapidly coming to a close, right? It's rapidly coming to a close. There are certain things that they were not planning to do now because they anticipated winning the election. So, of course, they were operating on the basis that they had more time. Now that they realize they do not have much time, there are some things that they are pushing through. One of the most telling decisions that would have been made in all the other decisions.
Yo, y'all better pay attention, man. Yo, I'm telling y'all. Man, listen to the apostle, the man of God, all right?
Is that decision as it relates to the ban that was placed on Ukraine from using US-made and given weapons which have the capabilities to strike deep inside Russia. There was a ban that was placed on that. In other words, Ukraine could not use them. But that ban has been lifted. So Ukraine is now able to use those weapons supplied by the USA to strike deep, to launch attacks deep inside Russia, Russian territories. That is not good, because already reports are that there are increased attacks coming from Russia, targeting some very sensitive areas. And these now are aimed to really cripple Ukraine's economy. So they are now targeting in a major way the electrical grid and the power generating industries in Ukraine. And the aim is to destroy them, not just one or two, but the main ones. The reason I'm highlighting this is that it will spell major disaster for the Ukrainians, because as you know, winter is already starting and it's going to get worse as we move toward the end of the year into next year. And the winters now are very long and they are even more cold than usual. So what it means is that there are many persons who are going to be in harm's way in terms of freezing, okay? And not to mention freezing, you think of the hospitals, essential services, the common folk out, there in the society. And then you think of the implications for the economy globally as well. Because as this war intensifies, it will cause more hardship for people globally, food and fuel, among other things. Yes, we know that there will be a change in the political administration soon, but up to that point, there are many things that can happen, many dangerous, many calamitous things that can happen before January. Yes? So we have to.
So what the pastor is explaining, which I'm sure you guys understand, some of you guys, is that, yes, the Creator intervened and allowed Donald Trump to win the election. Yeah, that was God right there. I keep telling y'all, man. Y'all don't believe me. This government that's present in the United States, they keep saying that Trump is the one that wants to, start wars and do all of this. And they're the one in power right now. And look what happened. Look at what is happening. And I want you to pay attention to what will happen in the next few weeks before Trump goes into power. Trump has said, yo, I am going to do this. I am going to stop this thing going on between the Ukraine. He already reached out to, each side. And what is the government in power right now doing? Pay attention. Pay attention. All right. Forget about your feelings about Trump and how you feel about how much lawsuits or whatever, man. Listen. A lot of these politicians are criminals low key. So you're voting for criminals. Some of them, you just don't know they criminals. You don't know they pass. Some of them come into the political space and their life that they left behind them is wiped clean. Nobody can find out nothing. You got to dig so deep to find out stuff. Look at what Candace Owens did in researching about Kamala Harris' book. She found out so many lies that lady told about people that she said was her family. Why would you do stuff like that? Obama, the same thing back in the day. There was a lot of inconsistencies. You understand what I'm saying? Pay attention. All right? I keep telling y'all, it's good versus evil. Y'all got to see the people that's on the side of good in some capacity. because there's some of them that is on the side of good, and then there's some that is totally committed to the devil. And you got to recognize the difference, man. I'm trying to tell you, especially in these leaders. Oh my goodness.
Keep our eyes on that situation and intensify our prayers so that the plots and plans of the enemy do not materialize, because it will have a negative repercussion for the entire globe, including us here in the Caribbean. So let us keep our eyes on that. In addition, also the NATO situation, there are fears that Russia also will not only be attacking, counterattack Ukraine, but their wrath will spill over and impact NATO allies. And that could make the situation even more precipitous, more messy, because the whole matter of nuclear war, that is always in the background. There's that fear in the background. We believe, as we are praying, that the enemy would want a nuclear war to break out. But remember, in a nuclear war, no one wins. I'm going to repeat. In a nuclear war, no one wins. Everyone loses because of the colossal damage, not just temporary, but long-term damage that nuclear bombs would cause. You think of Hiroshima, for example, right? With that situation. And of course, not to mention, other areas where nuclear bombs would have been detonated or used, or nuclear, the Chernobyl disaster. We know, you talk about half-life of the nuclear substances and so on, the half-life, which speaks to the duration, which you're talking about many, many, many years. Yes, and that is why nuclear energy is not seen as clean energy, even though there are those who are trying to market it under the umbrella of clean energy, but it is not, because even though while it is being generated, the energy is being generated, there is no pollution, but the byproducts that would come from the reaction, you have to think of disposing it. And wherever it is disposed, that entire area becomes contaminated, not just for a few years, but for a very, 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 very long time. It impacts the entire environment, flora and fauna, and anyone who goes in contact, right, makes contact either by just inhaling, by just touching, by eating something that passed through there, a bird or plants, whatever it is, water and so on, dust that would blow your way, you are impacted. Clothing, a vehicle that drove through the area and you are washing the vehicle or you touch the vehicle, just the dust, that sort of thing, particles that would blow and so on. So it has been difficult, and you speak with Germany, speak with Japan, they will tell you, right? France also, they will tell you, if they are going to be honest, of the difficulty in disposing of nuclear waste. Even Ukraine themselves, hectares upon hectares of land right now cannot be used. All those areas were impacted by the Chernobyl disaster many years ago. That area is a dead zone, even worse than a cemetery, During the war, there were some Russian soldiers who passed through there and they were hiding there, and none of them, they have no use for themselves now. Many of them died. And you're talking about many years ago. So the point I'm making is, Satan would want a nuclear war to break out, but the time is not yet. We are going to have a nuclear war. And based on Bible prophecy, it will take place in the Middle East. But Satan would want it to spread to other parts of the globe. Because nuclear, if the right nuclear bomb is detonated at the right place, the entire earth can be destroyed or else rendered dysfunctional.
Whoa. He ain't lying, bro. He is not lying. Yo, thus say the word of the Lord. So this is the time for the remnants of the Most High, the people of the Most High, the ones spiritually connected. This is the spiritual warfare. As the spiritual warfare in the realms of the spirit is on high. And people that I know that are spiritual warriors, I haven't been hearing from them a lot. So, and they told me that they didn't tell me everything, because they're not supposed to. Whenever they're told not to say things, they don't say. But there's a lot of spiritual warfare going on. Now I understand why. What the devil is trying to accelerate on the earth, like he said, it's not time yet. Thank God for God's people that are on their knees praying, fasting. Thank God for them. Thank God for God. Thank God for the opportunity for them to have an avenue to ask God to help us so that these things that the devil is planning do not manifest. Because the man is so right. Ladies and gentlemen, if you think America, this is a hypothetical situation. If you think America being attacked by nuclear warfare doesn't affect every single country in the Western Hemisphere, and I'm talking about on every level. I'm talking about sickness. I'm talking about destruction of the ocean. I'm talking about destruction of land. I'm talking about everything. If you think that a nuclear warfare will not devastate the earth for 1,000 years, I'm sorry, man. You do not, nobody should wish, want, or encourage a fight between nations for nuclear war to start. And if you see a government trying to press another country that clearly is not afraid to pull the trigger on nuclear warfare, then you have to question the person that's triggering the person that has the big missile, so to speak. You gotta really question them. You literally have to question them. Anybody you see pushing and promoting nuclear warfare, World War III, just understand that they're agents of the devil. I've been trying to tell y'all this. It's very, very clear to see, ladies and gentlemen. These people are agents of the devil. We got Miss Chicago in the building. Salute to you, love. Andre Dub, what's up, my brother? Salute to you, my brother. Resilience, I see you. 86 Anointed, Erica. Thank you, good people, for being here. Please remember to share the live, okay? Share the live, guys. Man, oh man. Woo, we are. Woo, this is some trying times, man.
Just one of those bombs that they have dropped at the right place and the right point can cause colossal damage to the entire globe. So it is that serious. So we are asking that intercessors increase and intensify their prayers read the Ukraine-Russia situation because of the implications. Again, personally, they say, how is it you're focusing, so much on the Ukraine-Russia? You're not talking about what is happening in Sudan. You're not talking. Of course we do, but I know sometimes people will say that. It is bad what is taking place in parts of Africa, and we have to keep praying. But the global effects of some of those conflicts are not as great as the ones that we're highlighting. So it's the main reason we're highlighting the ones that are more dangerous for the global health. But all peoples are important, and so we must pray for them wherever they are. But those that can have greater damage on the globe, geopolitics, etc., we have to pay more attention to such. The other one is the situation with Israel and Iran and Iran's allies. That must not be taken off the table in terms of prayer, because the war drums are still beating. Iran is saying they are going to retaliate. They are going to retaliate, and they are weighing the pros and the cons. Now, if they retaliate, this could now cause the war that is taking place to go to another level, which the timing is not right. So I'm going to say this quickly, and then we're going to have the team members chiming in. I'm going to say this quickly, and I want us to understand the big picture now. So I'm going to give you a quick preview. So what is actually happening, friends, is that the stage is being set by Satan for the introduction. I want you to listen carefully now. The stage is being set by Satan through his emissaries for the unveiling of the Antichrist, the man of peace. So it would be insane.
Hey, you hear that, ladies and gentlemen? It's like the prophetic. There is like I've listened to multiple prophetic apostles and what they call you have the prophet and the prophetess. I'm listening to multiple of them, and what is happening is that their prophecies are correlating, and I don't think they know each other. This is where we're at, ladies and gentlemen. This is where we're at. I really don't think they know each other. We got my brother Ballhead Wayne in the building, man. Thank you so much for the donation earlier, my brother. I'm glad that you're here for me to... I did say it when I got back on live. Yeah, I've been having technical difficulties. This live stream started 4 a.m. in the morning. And thank God I'm using OBS, because OBS don't end the live stream unless you end it. So all I'm doing is continuing on. Well, it wasn't my fault. The internet went down, That was the technical difficulty. The internet went down completely, and we're here again. Thank goodness the situation is fixed. But back to what Pastor Shuttleworth is saying about, I you know what, for all intensive purposes, I'm going to play that little part back again, you know. Yeah, man. That part right there that he just said, oh yeah, I'm playing that back. Let's listen to this again.
In place, the entire earth can be destroyed or else rendered dysfunctional. Just one of those bombs that they have dropped at the right place and the right point can cause colossal damage to the entire globe. So it is that serious. So we are asking that intercessors increase and intensify their prayers re the Ukraine-Russia situation because of the implications. Again, person may say, how is it you're focusing, so much on the Ukraine, Russia? You're not talking about what is happening in Sudan. You're not talking. Of course we do, but I know sometimes people will say that. It is bad what is taking place in parts of Africa, and we have to keep praying. But the global effects of some of those conflicts are not as great as the ones that we're highlighting. So it's the main reason we're highlighting the ones that are more dangerous for the global health. But all peoples are important, and so we must pray for them wherever they are. But those that can have greater damage on the globe, geopolitics, etc., we have to pay more attention to such. The other one is the situation with Israel and Iran and Iran's allies. That must not be taken off the table in terms of prayer because the war drums are still beating. Iran is saying they are going to retaliate. They are going to retaliate, and they are weighing the pros and the cons. Now, if they retaliate, this could now cause the war that is taking place to go to another level, which the timing is not right. So I'm going to say this quickly, and then we're going to have the team members chiming in. I'm going to say this quickly, and I want us to understand the big picture now. So I'm going to give you a quick preview. So what is actually happening, friends, is that the stage is being set by Satan for the introduction. I want you to listen carefully now. The stage is being set by Satan through his emissaries for the unveiling of the Antichrist, the man of peace. So it would be in Satan's interest to have the entire globe erupt in conflict left, right, and center. And all the different organs that would have been put in place to broker peace, to cultivate peace, to facilitate peace, fail. It would be in Satan's best interest. You know Satan's best interest is our worst interest. So I want you to understand what I'm saying here. There's nothing that Satan plans that is in our best interest. Always remember that. But we're talking about what his agenda is. Remember now, he wants to push ahead of God's agenda. God's agenda is to ensure that the entire human race is exposed to the gospel message. The gospel message of Jesus the Christ, the Son of the living God, at front and center. The centerpiece of the gospel message is Jesus the Christ, Son of the living God. That he is the only one through whom salvation can come. He is the only way to God. The gospel message. The gospel message introduces Jesus the Christ, Son of the living God, as Savior of the world. Satan wants to prevent that. He does not want the entire human race to be exposed to the gospel message. The moment he's able to do that, it would be a win for him. It would also delay the coming of Jesus. Because remember, Jesus the Christ, Son of the living God, cannot come until, and when we say cannot come in terms of his second appearance, he cannot come until the gospel is preached as a witness to all people. The truth be told, none of us at the micro level will be able to make that determination to say, okay, the time is now. Everybody has heard. No, we will not know when that will happen. Only God will know. What we have to do is to ensure that we capitalize on every moment that is given to us to advance the agenda of God in terms of the gospel message, locally, regionally, and globally. So I want to say something about Jamaica quickly, but before I go there, so back to the whole situation. So it would suit Satan for the entire globe, especially the so-called hotspots, to erupt in war. It would suit Satan for China to attack Taiwan right now. And of course, mind you, they are planning that as we speak. It would suit Satan for the United States to come under attack inside, and from outside. It would suit Satan if Russia would attack NATO allies so that there is an explosion of the war expanding even more in Europe, etc. And I can go on and on. Because the world would now cry for peace. And that would set the stage for this leader, very influential, charismatic, loved by many, to step forward and say, I can guarantee peace. That person is alive, is already born, and is waiting in the wings to be introduced.
No, I have heard from other prophetess who the beast is. I've said it on my platform already, but I'm not going to repeat it. I've said it already. And let's just say that person, according to the prophetic, is in the United States and is a former United States president. Yeah. Let's continue.
When that man is introduced, he's not going to say, I am the Antichrist. He's not going to say, I am the son of perdition. He will look like an ordinary person, obviously. But of course, many are going to love him and gravitate toward him. You saw a little glimpse of it with Barack Obama. I'm not saying he is. Okay, I'm just using an example. If you
Mr. Shuttleworth, you're a bad man, sir. Mr. Shuttleworth, you're a bad man, sir.
Let him cook now. Let him cook. I said, let him cook.
Did y'all catch that?
You saw the worldwide acclaim, even now, not worldwide so much again, but when he was inaugurated and so on. Well, it is going to be many more times greater than that. So when we pray, let us understand the strategy that Satan is seeking to use and what his end game is. And then it's the Antichrist who will also legitimize the beast system.
Yo, listen, I know now why this live stream took 48 hours to actually finish and actually go through. Man, oh man, the information that is being disseminated from this man and me sharing it on my platform. I understand why this live stream was getting the fight it was getting. I get it. I get why there was a cyber attack allegedly on my computer. I get it.
Always remember that. We'll legitimize the beast system. This is what we are up against. And that's where the battle, but we need time, because when that happens, it will become increasingly difficult.
Hey, Jotaro. Hey, man, I hope you live to see it, bro. That's all I'm going to say.
To spread the gospel message. It would be very difficult to move around, to speak the truth, among other things. Persecution will increase within the body of Christ. Not the church now, because the church then would be divided into, so already we're seeing that, but it will be worse because you'll have the apostate church, and the apostate church will be very popular. Yes, will be very popular. The state will have a close relationship with that church. Globally, we are talking now. And anyone who does not subscribe to the theology, the ideology of the apostate church would be seen as a dissident. They would be seen as not being of the church. And as such, they would be persecuted, shut down, that sort of thing. So the stage is being set for that. The only question is when. We don't know exactly when it's going to happen, but we need to be prepared for these things. Closing now, in terms of my all sorts of disclosures. Last thing, Jamaica. There was a prophecy that was given by a young man. Not say young, but not an old man, but maybe middle age. Not sure what his age is. Lady Jenny would know the person, and it is being circulated. He had come with a team. We interviewed Pastor Joel and his wife last week. He got a very important, critical prophecy. I won't have the time to play. Same. Maybe Lady Jenny may speak about it. But there is a major concern. And this concern we have been talking about on this platform for quite some time, to the chagrin of many. Many religious leaders have sort of become very upset with us, but we have to say it like it is. Well, this man, who is a Jamaican, living abroad, came with a team, and they saw the very same thing, just like Dr. What's his name? The presenter of Back to the Bible, his name is slipping me at the moment. When he came, he was invited to Jamaica during Keswick. He also said a similar thing. The church in Jamaica has gone to sleep. I'm going to say it one more time. The church in Jamaica has gone to sleep. They have gone to sleep. They are only satisfied with remaining in the four walls. They don't want to go out in the streets to evangelize. They don't want to go in the streets to minister to the poor, the fatherless, and the widow. Everybody wants to stay inside the building. We are not seeing the people on the streets witnessing and evangelizing as it used to be in the past. People are otherwise minded. The Lord is grieved. He is angry at the church because the church has dropped the ball. And that prophecy, and we're thanking God that he would send people from abroad to come also and to echo what people like us have been saying day in, day out, sounding like a scratched CD. The churches across Jamaica have become lazy. Lazy. Very shortly, we are going to be back out in full force. Very shortly. And we are coming out from an extended period Even now, we're still out. We're not telling you what we're doing because some of the assignments are very sensitive, but we're still out. But I mean, like boots on the ground, special assignment, that sort of thing. I'm talking about those things. But it doesn't mean we're not. We're still out there. Right now, we're engaged in a critical assignment in one of the major mountains and pillars in Jamaica, which shall be nameless. So we haven't been saying anything, but we are involved there in those spaces. But God is expecting His church to be salt and light, to stay among the four walls as a born-again believer and not go out into the streets is tantamount to having salt in a bag, a sachet, locked up in the cupboard. What good is salt locked up? The Bible talks about it. Read Matthew 5. The Bible talks about it. What good is salt if you just have it locked up? What good is light if you have it under a bushel or shut off? I said I'm going to stop, but allow me. At the PAJ.
Yo, it's one thing with Apostle Jeffrey. You see, when he's led to speak, there's nothing at all he can do. It just keeps flowing. And that analogy right there about salt and light is definitely on point. What good is the church if it's locked up in the building? Why isn't the church? Listen, what I know about Jamaica church, there used to be every weekend. You can count, you can see every town you go to, there was some church group, no matter how small them is, going out in the street evangelizing. Right? Sometime in the midweek too. Anyway, there was large crowds. You would see them. Obviously, they would get their permission to do what they're doing, but they were active in the street. They would go into regular communities as the Lord would lead them to. It doesn't have to be in a big crowd. If God say, go a Montego Bay Square, then go Montego Bay Square. If God say, go down a Westmoreland, then go down a Westmoreland. If God say, go up a St. Mary, up a Highgate, he say, if him say Morant Bay, then go Morant Bay. If him say go a Tivoli, then go Tivoli. That is how the church used to be in Jamaica. Active. No fear. You understand? No matter where it is, no matter where the territory is. Because the Bible said, touch not thy anointed and do thy prophet no harm. And when you're operating for the Most High and He leads you, you have to go. And you have to go without any fear in your heart too, because who shall you fear if God is with you? VMAC, big up yourself in general. But see you in the chat. Blessings. Yeah, man, we living in some wild times. Right? Spiritual laziness. I know that's right. Right? I see why they didn't want me to go over this video. Let's continue.
Service yesterday. The new Minister of Education and Information made an interesting disclosure. And it is tied to what I'm about to say now. And many of us were shocked to discover that she says she's a born-again believer. I'm going to say that. Listen, I am not saying she's not. I'm just going to be asking questions of her now. And I hope she has friends, if she is not listening, and they can tell her what I am saying now. So she testified of being brought up in the church, benefiting from the church, and that she's a born-again believer. Now, Madam Minister of Education, what does the Lord require of you as a born-again believer? Do you think that you were the one who placed yourself in that position and the other position that you held before, in that other portfolio? Because you carried many different portfolios anyway, but you are now in education. Do you think you put yourself there? So that's number one. What is the assignment if you are a born-again believer in Christ? Madam Minister of Education and Information. What is your primary mission or assignment, first and foremost, as a legislator? As a part of the highest decision-making body in Jamaica. Why did God put you there? And what's your first assignment? Do you realize that you are salt and light? And if you are salt and light, your saltiness must be felt around you wherever you go. And remember now, none of us can be salt of our own. the more we remain connected to God in Christ and dig into Him, then the saltiness will manifest in our lives. One of the problems with salt is a property or quality that it has, and it is known as deliquescent. Deliquescent. And depending on the environment that the salt is in, especially where there is much moisture in the air, if the salt is not handled properly or stored properly, then what will actually happen in its deliquescence is that it will absorb the moisture and other stimuli from the environment, and then it will reduce the efficacy of the salt. In other words, the salt will lose its saltiness. That's exactly what Jesus was talking about. Salt losing its saltiness. How? Because it is deliquescent. And that is tantamount to any of us being in an environment, and instead of us influencing the environment for good, the environment influences us. Instead of our transforming by the power of God through His Holy Spirit, the environment transforms us, changes us. And so with that glowing testimony that she gave at that service, my question is, have you been deliquescent? Because if in fact you are a woman of God, and I'm not saying you're not, this is just for your reflection, certainly a number of things that are happening in the administration that you represent should be challenged. And you don't have to challenge them publicly for us to hear. You can do as Esther did. Yes, you can do as Esther did. You can do as Daniel did. You can do as Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego did. We're having too many persons who call themselves Christians, born again believers. And God has opened the door for them to serve at the highest levels in our society and world. But let's talk about Jamaica. But the salt is not being fed. The salt has lost its savor. The light is covered under a bushel. And the Bible tells us that when salt has lost its saltiness, it is good for nothing but to be cast out and to be trodden under the foot of men.
You know, when I since I've been paying more close attention to what's really been going on in terms of the prophetic and world events, and how the prophetic and the spiritual realm activities aligning with the real life activities, you know, it's weird how I used to engage so much time into certain things on the internet. Yo, I'm telling you, I'm looking back at myself like, man, I was wasting a whole lot of time. And I'm glad I didn't waste too much time in engaging with individuals on this app about frivolous arguments and foolishness. I mean, a World War III is they trying to instigate and pop off World War III. And people is on the internet cursing out each other. Women, grown ass women and men, adults, not kids that are misguided, that are misled, grown ass women, and they have platforms, and at no point did it dawn on them that they don't even mix it up. And they know themselves. I don't watch them. So, shoot, I'm just saying they're out there, right? There's many examples of it everywhere. Just wasting time. And all of this stuff is going on right under their noses. Man, oh man. Let's continue.
If you hide the light of God under a bushel, also the light becomes useless. And so as I call that particular legislator in terms of her office, didn't call her name, this for me, based on your testimony, should bring you to that place of reflection. Because let us get it right. It is God who promotes. It is God who promotes. It is God who promotes. It is God who empowers leaders. Without God, there can be no leader. And even where he may not be pleased, he allows persons to go into different positions. But when he is ready, he demotes them. That's number one. Number two, we know of the challenges being experienced in the education system. And I'm going to be looking forward to see what her stewardship is going to be like in this Ministry of Education.
Oh, he's talking about Dr. Dana White. Oh my God.
Yo, he's talking about Dora the Explorer. Oh, man. Oh, I gotta go. Yeah, I gotta go over this back. Oh, yeah. I gotta listen more clearly on that. What? Oh, shoot. I can't do it right now. I've been speaking too much. I'm gonna just let it roll, but I'm going over this part specifically. Damn.
I will be looking very closely, of course, praying, because we don't want anyone to fail. That's not Christ-like. But as I pray, I am looking now to see how she will be managing this particular portfolio, since she says she is a born-again believer. Over to you, Lady Jerry.
Damn. So I can pause it right here. So Dr. Dana White is claiming that she's a born-again believer, but then her actions in her role in government, he's calling it out. Hey, yeah. What's the timestamp on this? Oh, 1 hour and 10 minutes. I'm gonna go on the 1 hour mark, and I'm gonna listen again. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Lord have mercy.
Online.
Wow. And the reason why I skip past these, I don't know. The audio for these ladies that come up most of the time is so bad, bro. It's bad. On the Facebook end, at least, it's bad. It's very bad on the Facebook end. So I'm just skipping past it to go back to the apostle, because his is much better.
She's fully attracted to her.
Implications and applications.
All right, here we go.
Hallelujah, indeed. To God be the glory. Well said in terms of the unpacking of power, all power, what it looks like, and the immense, limitless implications and applications, if you will, and by extension, lessons.
So I'm gonna go back a little bit on this, because I'm sorry, I gotta talk about this. So Dr. Dana White is a born again Christian, and she came on the app lying so many times, bro, for the government, talking about the JLP supports the media after Everett Warmington was there bashing the media. She was doing skip to my little woolly whoops, diving from 75 feet into a cup of water for the JLP. She allowed the devil to put her in a position where she had to lie for the government of Jamaica, and she a born again Christian. Man, you can't make this up, bro.
All lies will be exposed. That's all. And anyone who takes that the wrong way know why they take it the wrong way.
You can't make this up.
What can go so?
Man, lady, listen, that's why I come on here and I'll tell y'all the truth. Man, I am a sinner. I am not born again. I'm not saved yet, but I recognize truth. I'm telling you the truth. When I am baptized, y'all will know. But I'm not gonna come on here and trying to deceive y'all, man. I don't think it takes away from the truth that I'm sharing with you, that I'm not, born again, right? I don't think it does. I don't think it takes away from what I've learned from being in a Christian home all of my life, and what I've read for myself and done my own research. But what I don't do is come on here and act like, yo, I'm a saint. No, I am not. I am not. And I've never said that I was. All right. Well, you in a position of leadership, Miss Dr. Dana White, whatever your name is, Miss Dora the Explorer looking ass, and you up here lying for the man. No one. Hey, I'm telling you, this is exposure season. Woo-hoo, let's continue, man. Oh man.
By the Holy Spirit, and she can stand up right up because all these people, the people.
Hallelujah, indeed. To God be the glory. Well said in terms of the unpacking of power, all power, what it looks like, and the immense, limitless implications and applications, if you will, and by extension lessons. To God be the glory. To God be the glory. And I see also, as Lady Jenny was sharing, that the preaching, the anointing of the oracle anointing is being activated as the teaching is increasing upon her. And so, woman of God, get ready, because there are assignments up ahead, preaching the word of God, not just writing, same as you have been, but also to verbally declare, same. We give God the praise. And Pastor Dr. Holness, over to you.
Hallelujah. My own spirit or witness what you just said, Apostle, as it related to to Lady Jenny. I saw that as I sat here. I just was really stepping into ego plot, speak to them about the
it's very 18. It's very
that has no outlet. Our thoughts, power lies. That's where at the end of the day, that's where the throne lies. Because all of who we see showing power now, when the word of God says the first shall be last and the last shall be first, that's what you're gonna see happening. They're going to be
this lady's audio is not so bad. Dr. Nicole Holness. Wait a minute. Her name is Holness?
When it would have been too late.
Her name is Holness. Is she related to Andrew Holness in some capacity? Nah, her nose is not that big. Nah, I don't think so. Might be another Holness.
The power lies within us because we are the temple of the living God. It is time to go. Over to you, Apostle.
Hallelujah. Well said, woman of God. And we really thank the Lord for how His Holy Spirit is leading and helping all of us, and especially born-again believers in Christ, those who comprise the remnant, that we must not be fearful of anyone or anything except God, and fearful of God in the sense of reverential fear. That is to honor and esteem highly Almighty God, to be circumspect. Of course, you give honor where honor is due, but no one must be placed near or in the place of God, and only God is to be feared. So when we think about what the leaders are doing, the impression that it's a done deal. It's a done deal if the people of God sit back and do nothing. And what am I talking about? Obviously, if you are a born-again believer in Christ and you understand your assignment, our assignment, we know that the weapons of our warfare are not carnal. And as I mentioned, weapon, Ephesians chapter 6, well, we need to go to the rain, but by the grace of God, we will be looking at unpacking that part of it, especially from verse 12 to 18. It's very, very significant because of the increased levels of warfare that we will encounter going forward, because the pushback against the people of God will increase, persecution will increase. And so we are being encouraged to armor up, put on the whole armor. So we're going to be looking at that in very soon. But back to what I was saying, it is important we recognize that because we are under God, those of us who are surrendered to the crucified and risen Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, Son of the living God, led by Him, saved by Him, led by Him, sustained by Him, we must only fear Him, God in Christ, and fear Him not in terms of being terrified, but having awe, reverential fear. And once we fear God reverentially, He, God in Christ, through His Holy Spirit, will give us the boldness, the courage to stand and to execute whatever the mandate is, to stand and to slay the Goliaths, to stand and destroy the bears and the lions in whatever way He would lead us so to do. But we are always mindful that the weapons of our warfare are not carnal. So back to the whole situation. Remember now, the church, Ecclesia, yes, it means called out, body. So, right? So it means called out. Ek means out of, out from. Come ye out from among them, be separate. So out, ek, ecclesia, call. So they call. When you put it together, it also means legislative. So the church, as the Lord would have led me to share during the Oasis moment, is a legislative body. And it is the highest legislative body in the created order under God. There is no other legislative body that carries greater power, influence, and authority than the Church of the Living God. the Lord would have led Lady Journey to explain what it means by all power. And so when you think of how the Lord has led her to describe it, there is no power that exceeds the power of God. And he makes that power available by Christ through his Holy Spirit, also through his word. So those who are called by him, led by him, those who are surrendered to him, they carry that power as well because of the Christ through his Holy Spirit in their lives. So in and of ourselves, we have no such power. But the God in Christ by his Holy Spirit in us, that is where the power resides, and it manifests from there. So when we speak, that is why the Bible says, you shall decree a thing in Job. You're right, you shall decree a thing and it shall be so. Whatsoever you bind on earth will be bound in heaven. Matthew 18. Whatsoever you loose on earth will be loose in heaven. Legislative. So any leader, any government can walk around and say, oh, this is what is going to happen. And let me just say this now. The Church of the Living God has already decreed and declared that the NIDS in its present form will not carry in Jamaica. The NIDS in its present form shall not carry in Jamaica. It is aborted.
Andrew Honest. Somebody tag him there for me now, please. Somebody tag Andrew Honest. Somebody tag your labor right them. Somebody tag all that people them decide so them are going to take the NIDS. I want to tag them there for me.
So they can go around and launch all they want. If it remains in its present form, maybe let me put it another way, since it continues to remain in its present form, it is aborted. It's an exercise in futility. Because prophetically, the word has already been declared that over 75% of the people has already rejected it, even where they don't even know that they have rejected it. But because that decree has been made by the Church of the Living God, yes, we know that there are leaders going around purporting to be men of God. We know that. But they don't represent God, the true and living God. So don't be distracted by what they are saying and doing. Some of them going up and signing and all sorts of stuff. But it has already been decreed. It can't carry. So you will see that playing out. The same way during the COVID-19 pandemic, the Lord said, decree. And it's not just someone like me, but I'm talking about those who were hearing from the Lord at the time and followed his leading. And we decreed that the people of Jamaica, they were talking about 80% and 90% taking the controversial substance, rat poison and so on. And we decree and declare that.
Now shout out to man, listen. Thank you, God, man, for being God, man, and showing the apostles and the servants the way. You hear what the man said? They decreed in the pandemic that more than 75% of Jamaica would not take the rat poison. And let me tell y'all something in case y'all didn't know. It's more than 75% of Jamaica that did not take the rat poison. Now he's decreeing, or not he, but the body of Christ, the body of the Most High is decreeing that more than 75% will not engage in the NIDS. And I am a part of that damn decree. I am a part of that 75%. My platform is a platform that is echoing all of the teachings, all of the information to warn the people. Why? So the spiritual side of things with the apostles is working, and we're doing the work on the evidential side of things. All of it is necessary. All right? Glory be to God. All of it is necessary.
That shall not be so. That over 80% would reject it. What happened? It happened. It happened. And there are many other decrees that have been made. So what we have to understand is that the one who was called and formed and established the church has given the church, his body. We're not talking about the apostate church now, but the remnant has given us the authority. So we must not be afraid. Don't be distracted. Leaders, government can say all they want to say, but the people must not be silent. The people of God must not be silent. We must be in prayer. That's number one. And as we pray, we intercede, because there's a difference between praying and interceding. All intercession is prayer, but not all prayer is intercession. Let me say that one more time. All intercession is prayer, but not all prayer is intercession. because there is a difference between praying and interceding in terms of the dimensions, in terms of the different transitions that take place, in terms of what is required of the one who is praying. When you are interceding now, you go into another realm. The role, there's a change in your role. You become a legislator, you become an advocate, you become an attorney, yes, and at points you become a judge, because as you are praying and you are being led by the Holy Spirit, you're arguing, you also in intercession, you plead the case. So you know that a nation should be destroyed, such as Jamaica, but you make a case as to why God should spare Jamaica. You know that a person, a leader, should be destroyed and so on, but you make a case for that person. Yes, intercession.
Wow, I learned, man, I did not know that. I did not know that. Intercession. Wow. That's powerful.
So all intercession is prayer, but not all prayer is intercession. That's for another story. We can deal with that at some other point. So I want us to understand. So do not, Church of the Living God, and because of the, when I said do not, Church of the Living God, be intimidated or distracted by what? Leaders. It doesn't matter who these leaders are. If they are not speaking on behalf of God, you don't have anything to fear. You give honor where honor is due, but you do what God requires of you. What does the Lord require of you? What does the Lord require of you? Micah 6 and verse 8, B, to do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with thy God. I stop it right there because I could go on and on. So anything that is happening in the nation or the world, but especially the nation, because we are the gatekeepers for Jamaica, born again believers. We, and let me tell you this, 5785, among the many things we have said, and we're going to develop on this on Wednesday past, the Lord would have led me to start speaking about battle for the high places, taking back the high places, and by his grace, I'll be developing on that. We are being mobilized by the hand of God, the power of God, to war for the high places, to take back the high places. And among the high places are the 7 pillars, so that righteous men and women, righteous leaders, can once again steward, lead, manage these high places, these pillars or mountains, establishing righteous altars, establishing righteous watchmen and gatekeepers. Do not be intimidated by what men or women who are not of God, who are not speaking on behalf of God, say to you. And they give the impression that it's a done deal. No, nothing that any man or woman says is a done deal unless God endorses it. I'm going to say it one more time. It doesn't matter who. Prime Minister. If the Prime Minister is not hearing from God and being led by God, Governor General, if the Governor General is not hearing from God, led by God, leader of opposition, because some of you may say, oh, I'm picking on the Prime Minister. Well, let's look at them. The leader of opposition speaks, and he's not speaking on behalf of God, led by God, representing what God is saying. High Court Judge, Bank of Jamaica, call the different names. Head of the churches, umbrella groups, and so on. They are speaking, but they are not speaking as of God. One man, one woman under God, used by God, can overturn, overrule, override, abort, and cancel what they have said. Just one.
Wow.
Because one person is church. Yes, one. But when 2 come together, it's better. And that's why we're always encouraged. Where 2 are gathered together, or 2 or 3. But 1, that's why 1 can chase 1,000. 2 shall put 10,000 to flight.
Wow.
That's why 1,000 will fall at your side and 10,000 at your right hand. 1 with God is the majority. The church is a legislative body. Remember that. That's why it's called Ecclesia. It's also called in Hebrew Kahal. And we can talk about that at another time, because it also, when you look at the meaning of Kahal, it's the same. Legislative. It binds and it looses. In other words, it prohibits and it allows. And it is the highest legislative body in the created order. Why? Because it's the body of Christ, led by Christ. It's the bride of Christ. It's the voice of Christ. It's the hands of Christ, the mouth of Christ. And Christ, God in Christ, is saying, all power, Matthew 28, is given unto me. All power. And he has made that available to the church, the Ecclesia, the Kahal. So let us not walk around with our heads hang down because we see them launching this and them launching that. Hold your ground. God has given you a mouth. Use it. You shall decree a thing, and it shall be so. You establish what is of God, what is not of God. You cancel it. And watch and see if it can proceed. That is the power of the Ecclesia. We're not talking about the apostate church, because the apostate church does not have any power or authority from God or of God. We're going to be going into the rain moment, but I'm sure the team members may want to chime in, read the disclosure just made, and then we're going to jump into the rain moment. Reason being is that it's still early days yet, and the online version is being made available earlier now, so we don't want it to, not to say it can't become stale, if you understand, but we still want, while it's fresh still, we want to just touch on a few parts of the rain and the raindrops. And I'm looking, it's so gorgeous, delightful, delectable, arresting. I mean, each week it's just growing and glowing and oozing with grace. And no doubt is a year of grace in the mouth, double grace. I forgot to say, the in gathering, remember now, I said it yesterday, but there was I need to make an adjustment. So the in gathering will not be this Friday for a couple of reasons, which I won't necessarily get into. It will be the following Friday. So the in gathering for the New Year's Seed 5785, right? AA will be next week, Friday, God willing. So that's the 29th. I will tell you more over the days ahead. I will tell you more. And also, yes, so we'll have more time to talk about it. So not this Friday as was announced yesterday. It will be next week, Friday, the 29th of November at 6, right here at 51 Malines Road, Kingston, 10 Jamaica. We'll be telling you more over the days ahead. You can't afford to miss it. Over to you, Lady Jenny.
Thank you so much, Apostle. Thank you so much. You know, over to you. The third thing, the musicians are on the way.
Yeah, no, sir, ladies and gentlemen, them have some paper where them sell, where the apostles sell. I recommend you to buy them paper here, and if you can get the online subscription, get it here. Yeah, man, remember say a TBC radio upon Facebook, you know. I see them have tbcradio.org. Yeah, man, you guys can go and follow Zane and get the direct information. Right, them have a Scotiabank account right here, so on the side here. For those who want to donate, this are the banking information right here. You're supposed to can see it at the side of the screen. If not, just go on TBC Radio. Go on TBC Radio, guys, and you will see. But the newspaper, trust me, you definitely need to get the newspaper and lock that in. Look like I hit them. I go through some parts of it. Yeah, wanna go over there, go listen to yourself and read that to yourself. What me interested to get for sure, no, is the Mr. the Apostle speaking. I guess him I come on back late. Let me see. How them I read the scripture there, so. Alright. Maybe we are coming to a close. I don't know. Okay. Oh, here it is. Wait a minute. Small intercession right there. Oh, I can't take music, you know.
And as you began with Pastor Hollis, then Lady Jenny. Of course.
Okay.
Data experiences. Make sure.
Alright. It looks like it look like him done talking now. Yes, that look like the end of
saints are equipping for the
different
saints are equipping for.
Thank you so much for allowing me to the task of the Holy Spirit University class this morning. Thank you so very much. And
I'm gonna clip all this up.
Regardless of what has been happening, it still is a beautiful thing. And in the future, every one of you, wherever you are listening, whether we now or later, remember this. Have a truly rest of the God be the glory.
Big up Lady Jenny Campbell. Big
Excellent.
up.
Well said, word of God, and of course that disclosure teaching also on power. All power, what that looks like. That was very graphic, and it came at a strategic time. We thank the Lord for the encounter you had and the way in which He allowed you to share same and all the other hats that you continue to wear. We really thank God for your industry, your interest, genuine passion, love for the work of the Lord and for humanity. May He continue to bless you as well, woman of God. And we see the upgrade which is taking place, and of course, shortly we will see that manifesting in different offices and mantles that you will carry, not to laud it to over anyone or to call attention to yourself. Obviously, we know you understand that, but it is really for the equipping of the saints and the equipping for the different tasks and assignments up ahead. To God be the glory. God bless you, woman of God. God bless you, producer Rosie Stennett, right? Rosie Stennett, and all our listeners, all our viewers. Thank you for your prayers, and we really need your prayers more than ever, those of us who are on the front line, because while we do not tell you what is happening behind the scenes, but remember now, Satan is not pleased with or doing what we have been doing under God, exposing him and all of that. And so there are so many different plots and plans to come against us, to come against the work that we're doing. We obviously are not fearful in the least. We will not be distracted, but we must not be unmindful of the schemes of the enemy. Be mindful of them, be prayerful. So we are craving your continued prayer so that as Satan and his emissaries continue to plan, to attack in different ways, we, by the grace of God, and those around us, especially our immediate family, let me say that one more time, especially our immediate family, they will remain resilient, strong, yes, and victorious. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ, Son of the living God. Remember, next week Friday, God willing, will be the ingathering for the New Year's seed. That's 5785 more will be said over the days ahead. Thank you so much. Love you. And shalom, shalom. We will close things out with this beautiful song by CC Winans, Because of You. What?
No, I can't take this song enough. So. Yeah. Finally. Woo! Finally, we have gotten through that, ladies and gentlemen. Pastor Shuttleworth speaks. He touched on so much. I will be editing this recording and putting out the full flow of it. All right, that's what I'll be doing. He spoke about Dr. Dana White. Hey, you know I'm going to be reacting to that part specifically. I'll be reacting. As a matter of fact, let me see if I can do it right now. I could go back and do it. Nah. What I'm going to do is I'm going to edit it, put it out, and then I'm going to go back to that part when he spoke about Dr. Dana White and do a reaction to it by itself. But yeah, I have a lot of editing to do. Salute to everybody, man. This live stream took 48 hours plus to end because of the immense amount of attacks that have been coming my way on this platform, my computer, my internet, everything. But to God be the glory. Yep, we made it, and we're going to persevere, and we're going to grow stronger. Road to 10,000. Road to 10,000, ladies and gentlemen. Road to 10,000. Like I said, I got a lot that I need to do in terms of editing. So I appreciate everybody that came through. I ask all of you, please, just share the live. Not with the same persons you shared it with before. Share it on your status. Share it everywhere. But share it directly to people that you've never shared it to before, because you know, as he said, as Pastor Shuttleworth said, the aim is to get the word out to everybody all around the world. And that's when the second coming of the Most High is coming. So for those of us that are in preparation and planning to give in our life to the Most High, or we've already done so, and we're working on behalf of God's will, then you know this is the aim, because what the devil plans for is for that not to happen, and for the total destruction of mankind. Period. You know, the World War III, the devil trying to accelerate that, like nuclear war and all that stuff. So man, listen, pay attention. All right, like, share, and subscribe. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, so big salute, man. We had Erica in the building, VMAC, Ballhead Wayne again. Thank you so much, my brother, for the donation, man. You came in here when the live wasn't even, we had technical difficulties and the live wasn't even working well, and you just came through and just supported, man. I can't express to you just how grateful I am for it. For your continued support. Thank you so much, my brother. Shout out to the 104 people that hit the like button. Shout out to the people that was waiting on me to re-enter the live stream. I mean, there was a 50, 60 people strong that was holding out. Then it dropped to 50, then it dropped to 40, and it was around 40, 34 people that was just waiting. on the live to come back because the information was so good that they did not want to miss it. Man, y'all, if you guys just came in this live stream, when I end it, you definitely need to watch it from the start to the beginning. Although I will be posting up the separate parts of the live stream by itself, of course. Because a lot of people won't watch a live stream for 4 hours or 3 hours. So yeah, or 5 hours. I think this live stream is 5 hours. But it is what it is. Blessings to y'all. That's my time, and I'm out of here. Ladies and gentlemen, y'all have a blessed evening. Goodbye.